right up in this location. The property is currently split, and they're not being proposed to be developed at this time. The property is currently split zone between R5, 13 acres, and NC, neighborhood commercial, 1.33 acres, with all the proposed residential lots being located in the R5 zoned area. The NC zoned area has been included to permit public street access to Blake Boulevard, and the developers indicated that remain as undeveloped area. R5 is the village's highest density single-family residential district, permitting up to about 8 units per acre possible. Now, on December 8th, council continued the public hearing to January 12th to allow additional information to be gathered prior to taking action on the proposed subdivision. And this is where I'm referring to my council memo. I broke it down to six points that I gathered. One was ownership and access to Olivia Lane relative to the proposed emergency access. And when I say that, that's this access point, if you can see it, my cursor, to Olivia Lane, which then leads out to NC5. 2, status of the lease agreement with the Aberdeen, Carolina, and Western Railway. That's ACWR. The railroad is right over here. The crossing is, pull this up. The railroad is over here. Mailboxes, a question came, or status of undeveloped lots 40 and 42. I'll get to that in a second. Mailboxes, there was a question that came up about mailboxes or kiosks. General parking was a question. And then there is a request in the plat or on the plat to waive the standard vertical curb and gutter requirements to allow for valley curb and gutter. With respect to the question of access to Olivia Lane, I did include, and I'm going to defer any discussion on this or some discussion on this to the applicant. The applicant has furnished a letter, attorney's letter and opinion regarding access to Olivia Lane. And I think that opinion, and I'll defer to Mr. Nail, is stating that the opinion is that the adjacent property owners do have rights to access Olivia Lane, but they are also subject to an easement from the railway to cross that. From a staff perspective, and and talking about it with Mike Newman, our attorney, he supports. He's in agreement with the letter. He doesn't have Mike has not issued any comments to me with respect to the letter or any problems that he's having with the letter. He thinks the opinion is correct or valid. Number 2, status of the lease agreement with Aberdeen, Carolina, and Western Railway. That is regarding the crossing here. The village currently has a lease agreement with the railroad to provide emergency access all the way over here to the CCNC back gate. That lease agreement is specific to providing crossing for emergency purposes to service that back gate. What this would require, or a recommendation, we have a condition that agreement be updated to allow for access to service this subdivision. I've had some discussions with the railroad. The railroad is supportive of updating that lease agreement. The one thing that they want the village to work on or try and plan for is try and reduce the amount of crossings that are over here, i.e. getting rid of Olivia potentially or Arnett at some point in the future, and planning for that. This is a long-term solution. What we're doing with this particular plat, which helps implement that, is and we go up to this point, the street stub between lots, I think 40 and 42, this potential street stub over here on the plat is showing moving to the west towards Arnett Street. So the plat is setting up the condition for a long-term proposition where this plat could hook into this broader area along Arnett Street. The status of the undeveloped lots. The status of the undeveloped lots that are up here, one's about a 1.3 acre piece of land. The other is about 15,000 square feet. The plat is simply calling out the area to remain as undeveloped area. It will remain to be zoned NC or neighborhood commercial at this point. That doesn't mean that it can't be changed at some point in the future, but right now there's no development plans for it. If it is from a PDO standpoint, these are developable lots. They have NC zoning on it. So if somebody came to us to present a potential development plan, we would simply look at what the PDO requirements are and apply those development standards that we have in place. And one of the major issues probably is going to be, buffering those two lots from the adjacent areas to the south. Our PDO has, at this point, has pretty good buffers between commercial and residential areas. So from a buffer standpoint, I'm not overly concerned, but we have not been presented yet with a development plan. So at this point, it's all speculation. But what I want to leave you with is, at this point, creating those two lots creates two potentially developable NC zoned lots. The next question was the mailboxes. There was a question that had come up about mailboxes, and at the time, at the last meeting, there was some. I don't think there was a real. I don't think the applicant had settled on the mailbox issue. We recently got some communication from the applicant that they are now contemplating or want to put a mail kiosk in this area right here where my cursor is, across from Street A on this lot in the NC or in the R5 zoned area. We would review it. We would review that kiosk and its development as part of the construction plans for this site. Staff doesn't really have a real major concern with placement of a mail kiosk in this location. Parking. I know parking was raised as a potential issue or was questioned at the last council meeting. And when we do subdivision reviews, we're not actually, because it's not a general concept plan or it's not a development plan, it's simply a subdivision plan. We don't have a set of standards for guest parking or any other parking. What's going to happen is when each of these lots is developed, we have a minimum, I believe it's a minimum 2-space parking requirement for each of the dwelling units that would be developed in this subdivision, and they would have commensurate parking areas or driveways for potential guest parking. But that would be the only real guest parking that you'd have in this particular area. And lastly, the curbing waiver. A curbing waiver was requested on the preliminary plat, and I think one of the concerns was having a vertical curb and its impact on the look of the area. That a valley curb might look better for this particular area and be more efficient for traffic in the area, and that you won't have as many curb cuts. So think about a normal curb and gutter situation. You have a curb cut for the driveway. This with the valley curb and gutter, you can maintain a consistent ribbon of curb for the entire development. So you have a more uniform look in the area. My experience in residential subdivisions, valley curbing is widely used. Mike Apke, the Public Services Engineering Director, actually supports the waiver in this regard. From a proposed condition standpoint, we did put the proposed conditions in the staff memo, but these are we are recommending approval of the plat with the conditions as proposed. And we made some slight adjustments from the last meeting, so I'm going to go over these word for word. All dwelling units shall be equipped with a fire sprinkler suppression system as approved by the Village of Pinehurst Fire Marshal, unless the village's current lease agreement with the Aberdeen, Carolina, and Western Railway Company is renegotiated to permit emergency secondary access to the subdivision. Prior to approval of construction drawings, the applicant is to provide information acceptable to the village that emergency access drive can be connected to Olivia Lane. I know there's a lot of words there, but there's a lot of words that we just wanted to make sure with that condition that everybody understood that in order for us, you either have to prove to us that you have adequate legal access and that we have an agreement that's updated with the ACWR, or you're going to put a fire sprinkler system in. Condition number 2 or B, a site distance analysis be performed and sealed by a qualified licensed North Carolina professional engineer with transportation experience for the proposed intersection with Lake Boulevard to confirm compliance with the AASHTO and NCDOT requirements noted in the village's ESSM as part of and prior to approval of the construction drawing submittal for this project. Condition C, a site triangle compliant with section 3.02A of the village's engineering standards and specifications manual will be required at the intersection of proposed Street A and Blake Boulevard prior to approval of construction drawings and the final plat. The applicant may seek a variance from this condition through the Village of Pinehurst Board of Adjustment per North Carolina General Statute. That's consistent with the condition that we put on for Floyd Way. And D, council agrees, and we added this, it's on the plat. If you approve it, it gets approved, but we wanted to make sure that it gets memorialized, at least that, there was, if you need to talk about it, there's some discussion on it, and it's more transparent. Council agrees to waive the requirement for curb and gutter per section 3.02A of the ESSM and allow use of the valley gutter as depicted on the preliminary plat. And with that, I will complete I'm done with my presentation, and we can open it up for technical questions if needed.
Okay, Darren, thanks very much. On this subject, both in December and since that time, there's been a considerable amount of review and thought and discussion by Village Council right up till through today. And so I'm sure there will be a number of questions and clarifications, Darren, even though you've answered some in your report. I have one just maybe a little simpler than some of the others may turn out to be, but it has to do with condition number D on the curb and gutter versus valley gutter. Yep. Would you remind me what difference, if any, exists in the way the stormwater that results from valley gutter is handled relative to the way curb and gutter? Do they both go into storm drains or what? Or
they do. They both go into storm drains. A vertical curb and gutter is probably a little bit more efficient. When I talked to Mike, Mike had said that with valley curb and gutter, you might just have a few more catch basins, but he was not concerned with either's ability to accommodate stormwater.
So they're going into a stormwater underground system in either case?
Correct, the storm sewer system, correct.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure about that for valley gutter, and that's why I asked the question. Obviously, the stormwater issue in Pinehurst and our ETJ is of great interest and seems to come up all the time. So thank you for clarifying that. At this point, assuming Jeff wanted to ask or answer or anticipate anything else, we'll go on to questions from the council members then. All right. Are there questions from council then on any aspects of this application? And I'll just look to the screen here. I'm not seeing a picture, so is that Jane or Lydia speaking up? Or Judy?
It's Judy.
Judy, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have just a follow-up to your response, Darren, about that you would have more catch basins with the curb and gutter waiver, with the valley gutters. So is that going to be specified somehow that you'll see those additional catch basins in their plans?
That would be in the engineering plan. So yes, it would be, it'd be more inlet catch basins. That was yes, it would show up when we do the construction drawing phase. That would show up at the construction drawing phase.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Judy, any other questions just now?
No, that's it from me.
Other council members have questions for Darren or comments on this application?
John, I do. Ownership and access to Olivia Lane. Well, number one and number two in Darren's presentation. First, you've got to get permission to go over that railroad track. So that's got to be worked out with the railroad company. And, in our experience in Pinewile, anytime you change those agreements, there's money involved. And I don't know if that's going to be the case now, but, I'd like to know a little bit more about that. We're saying it's going to happen, but do we know any more? And then this access to Olivia Lane, and we've got this attorney's opinion, but I would like to get a little bit more, if possible, from either Mike Newman or something more than this one-page attorney's opinion on title that we were given. So that my concerns are access to Olivia Lane, but also changing the access over the railroad track. Those are my two big open items.
And I can add the lease agreement with ACWR or ACW, yeah,
Yes.
ACWR. And when I just had I had contact this morning with them. They've been supportive of amending that agreement. I don't know. I think we're going off an existing. We're working off an existing agreement from the 90s. Nobody's ever said anything about any money exchanging or there being any cost to it, other than I believe, and Jeff Batten's here, I believe we maintain some of those crossings. I'm not sure to what extent we maintain the crossings, but other than that, nobody's ever mentioned anything about any other money exchanging hands. From our perspective, we do maintain Olivia Lane to make sure that we can maintain emergency access. So we'll go down there. I believe we'll do some grading of the road, and we cut the vegetation on the side of the road to keep that down so we can adequately maintain emergency access. That is the extent of my knowledge of how much we maintain Olivia Lane. As to the legal end of it, we'd have to get some more information from Mike Newman on that. He's not given me a legal opinion back on that. He looked at it and he said it's a solid opinion. From a condition standpoint, I think our condition that we're proposing on the plat adequately addresses it. That condition allows the developer to move forward with construction plans while working through those issues. If he doesn't prove that they have legal access to our comfort, and that would have to come from Mike, then they're going to be required to install fire suppression systems in all those units, unless of course the developer is going to put those in regardless. So if he puts them in regardless, then the question is less important. We're still going to have access to that back gate, but we'd want to then have still upgrade that lease agreement with the ACWR.
Well, and thanks for raising, we still have access to that back gate because at some point, it's my understanding they're going to petition for annexation, and at some point they might want to turn our roads over. But as long as those roads remain private, I believe the village might need some easement or something to be able to go over those roads to get to CCNC at some point. And I don't know if we'll continue to use Olivia Lane to get to CCNC or if we plan on using their roads, but I don't know if we have the legal right to go over those roads to get to CCNC if they remain private roads.
Which ones are we talking about, Lydia? Are you talking about the new proposed roads or you're talking about the new proposed roads in
the roads in the cottages, as long as those are private roads. And again, I use Pinewell as an analogy. In Pinewell, our roads are private, but the police and the fire department can come in because somebody calls them and invites them in. If somebody from CCNC needs a fire truck, I'm not sure that the village of Pinehurst has the right to travel over those private roads to get to that back access gate to get down to CCNC.
Lydia, I think you're right.
It's not, but it'll be private roads, Judy.
I think you're right, but then we would.
There's private as your driveway. What, Jeff?
I think you're right, but then we would fall back on the existing lease agreement we have with the railroad for access on Olivia Lane to CCNC.
Yeah, but in
I don't
terms
see
of
it
a
being
fire
related
truck
to
wanted,
this. I'm sorry?
I'm thinking of a fire truck that wants to enter the cottages through the Blake Boulevard entrance to go through. Let's say there's a railroad train, and they can't get over the track to go down 5 to get back over the railroad track. I'm just wondering, do we have the legal right to go on those roads if they're still private roads?
I don't.
Why don't we ask?
What?
They're right here.
But the condition would be no different than it is right now. We have an existing agreement with the railroad to allow emergency vehicle access via Olivia Lane to CCNC.
Yeah,
If, because they're private roads in this development, we can't use those roads, then we're left in the same situation we're in right now.
Right,
Which
but,
is-
but she's saying, why can't we make an agreement to be able to use these roads?
Yeah, it's just a point.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, we don't have an agreement to use those roads and a fire truck goes plowing through there and we don't have the legal right to be there and something happens. I don't know if we need to explore getting an easement as long as those roads remain private and it's a private community, even though it's not a gated community. We got several private communities around here, like Midland Country Club. Those are private roads, even though it's not gated.
I think
I just
Mr.
wanna
Neal
make
would
sure.
like the opportunity to comment on this.
I was going to say, David Neal, one of the attorneys for the applicant, is with us. And David, I see your hand is raised. Would you like to make a comment on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully you all can hear me clearly. If not, I will move the computer around. With regard to the streets within the cottages, all of those are intended to be dedicated to the public as part of the preliminary plat. So those will be publicly offered for dedication. Obviously, if the village has determined that it is going to annex the community, as we assume, those streets would have been constructed to public standards, and we would assume the village would accept that offer of dedication. If we are not annexed at the selection of the village council, the offer of dedication would stand. It would still be a pending offer, and obviously the village would have access because anyone would have access.
If dedicated and accepted.
If dedicated, we would have made the offer, so those would have been offered to the public. The issue of acceptance is a matter as to whether the village would like to shoulder the burden of maintaining those in perpetuity, which is always the governmental side of the equation.
Well,
And
just-
Dave, thank you for
Go ahead,
that.
Lydia. Go ahead.
Do you understand my concern or the question I have about village fire equipment being able to travel on those roads while they are still private roads?
The village, those roads will have been offered to the public, which is an offer to any member of the public to use those roads. That is different from a private street. The question of acceptance of that dedication is a question as to maintenance by the village government. So there is no issue as to access by village fire equipment, the crossing of the public, any of those things, so long as the offer of dedication has been made as part of the plat, which is how it is currently being proposed.
And what happens up until that point, before that point?
The offer is currently reflected on the preliminary plat and then would be reflected on the final plat following approval by Village Planning Department.
But until then, they're private roads.
Until then, they wouldn't exist, ma'am.
Right, they're not there.
Okay,
He's saying as soon as they're there.
okay.
Carry on, Lydia.
Oh, no, I've addressed my concerns.
I'll just make one point here, and there's the assumption that the village will annex this development if it's approved is not necessarily true. We've taken no position, and the council has not discussed whether we wish to annex this property. So I think we need to keep that in mind, that it might not be annexed going forward, and make sure we're planning accordingly for the way these roads are handled and emergency access and all that.
I think that's true, John. I think that they're just saying they're building them to village standards. And at the
Yes.
time they propose it to be annexed, that will be the decision of the village council.
Isn't that similar to
No, I understand that, Judy. Yeah.
out Midland Road?
Lydia?
Oh, that was similar to Walker Station, correct?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
You mean the roads at Walker Station, where they built the village,
Walker Station roads are public.
and they're public, yeah.
Yes.
We did
Because
annex
we-
that, yes.
Yeah,
It
we
was-
accepted them last year, I believe.
But it was annexed earlier, right?
I don't know.
It was actually always in Pinehurst, sorry.
Well, I think on this point, at least for some of us, it's still a little loose. because as we talked earlier, we have to negotiate this new agreement potentially with the railroad. And that more than likely can be done and satisfactory to this, but we don't know that at this point in time. But we do know that the railroad does want to close one of these openings at a certain point, either Olivia, which is the larger of the roads that leads to the back of CCNC, or Arnett. And I was led to believe that they would prefer to close the Olivia road, but I'm not sure about that. And I don't know if that didn't come up specifically in our recent meeting with them, but we do know they'd like to close one of those roads. So it's a little bit of a conundrum, at least in my mind.
I don't remember which road myself. Jeff, did you remember?
They would prefer Olivia from a traffic standpoint,
Right.
a traffic control standpoint. Olivia is the better one because it lines up with Dawkins to maintain, because you have a T intersection.
Right.
If Arnett becomes the one out on the NC5, you have an offset situation, and it's not as good of a traffic engineering situation.
So they prefer to keep Olivia open, is what you're saying.
They would prefer to keep Arnett open and Olivia, but we've not had a lot of in-depth talks actually on that. I've put that out to them a few times, and we've actually never done a transportation analysis. Maybe we'll do that when I get a planner. But just from my experience in traffic review, lining up an intersection and a T versus an offset is better from a transportation safety situation.
Thank you.
So anyway, there's this issue of which road's going to stay open, and then how does that affect emergency access. Darren, related to this in my mind is Arnett. Can we talk a little bit more about the entrance potentially into Arnett through the lot? What is the number there, 21 or 16? I forget which one at that corner. And have we had any discussions with Jackson Hamlet about this, this access and these roads and this whole development, it sort of surrounds them? And if we get into using Arnett or Olivia for that matter, don't we need to coordinate a bit with them?
We haven't had any discussions yet. Remember, we're just aiming a potential road there, and we're aiming it to potentially line up at Arnett. Any further connection would require development to the west to occur inside of what is, Jackson Hamlet proper down there as well. So it would require somebody to the west to actually come forward with a development proposal.
Okay. So there's more to be said there, more to be investigated there over time.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Let me defer to other council members' questions on this application.
I have a couple.
Jane, go ahead, and then
Go
Kevin,
ahead.
go ahead, Jane.
Thank you. Is there enough room in that little corner for where a mail kiosk might go for parking so folks can pull up and get their mail without blocking the main road through the subdivision?
We've not seen a design for that. I will defer to the applicant's engineers for that. I don't know how far they are in design. We would review that at design time, but it's a question that would again defer to the applicant's design team.
Okay. I have a question on Olivia Lane too, sorry. An easement by implication in North Carolina. Now, apparently, the tract that's 14 acres, whatever it is, that used Olivia Lane, going back into time, originally had one home site on it, and then eventually 2 other smaller home sites were carved out right on Olivia Lane. So that's 3 uses for Olivia Lane. And apparently it went on like that for a period of years. But now is a proposal to expand the number of uses to 40 homes. is that kind of expansion something that is, that an easement by implication encompasses? Or is an easement by limitation, the scope of it, more narrowly construed, number one? And number two, the village has been using Olivia Lane for emergency access to get to CCNC, but now its use would be expanded, if you will, in order to provide emergency access to this new set of 40 new homes as well. So again, we have an expanded use. Does the easement by implication have the stretchability to include at least the village's expanded use on Olivia Lane?
Good Lord, I hope you're not asking me that question. That's well above my pay grade as a legal interpretation. So I'm not even gonna opine on that. That would be, I'd defer to at least some comment from Mr. Neal on that.
Sure. Thank you. And Councilwoman, it depends how detailed we want to get into this. We have Paul Trevorrow available to the village as we go through our approval process to provide additional information, additional detail regarding the title as requested by the village to ensure that there are no questions regarding the legal rights to use Olivia Lane. Fortunately, the condition works off of the presumption that we don't have the right to use Olivia Lane. So we work off of that fiction to start. That is, the developer will have to install sprinklers on all of the homes, and that would be the default position. With regard to the legal question of any easement, whether by implication or otherwise, North Carolina recognized a relatively broad ability to naturally grow the scope of an easement over time before it's found to be overburdening, which is the term that, as you know very well, overburdening of the easement would be the violation of the property right. Here, I don't think we have any chance of that because the access that has been used historically along Olivia Lane is for all purposes of those property owners along Olivia Lane, including this site. Following development of this site in accordance with the preliminary plat, there will be effectively no use of Olivia Lane by this property other than as needed for emergency vehicles, which we would desperately hope is almost never. So historically, it was used on a daily basis to serve homes. And going forward, it will be used only in the event of an emergency, if ever.
Right. I'm particularly interested in the village's right to use the private lane for its emergency vehicles, and making sure that now that before it was just as with the railroad, it was okay to use Olivia Lane to get emergency vehicles to CCNC, but now it's to this development as well. So,
well, to give you some history on how I came to this engagement, it was my initial assumption that none of this title would be in question. That is, based upon the history of the development of CCNC, I would have thought that the legal question regarding the village's rights was well settled, and all I needed to do was ask the village, and I found out that the answer is not terribly clear. The answer is only that, in fact, the village has used it for a very long time, and the village has maintained it, even though it is not located within the village's limits, nor is it something for which the village has ever received a deed. It is just a factual reality that it has been used. Whether that is inverse condemnation, easement by prescription, easement by implication, admittedly, I don't know, and And that's probably because I was retained by Marcel rather than the village to explore that historical question regarding the development of CCNC.
Okay, thank you. I would like to be relatively confident we have the right to use it for those purposes. The lots on the neighborhood commercial parcel, are those, it's hard for me to tell looking at the plan, are those laid out so that they front on Blake?
There are some, well, the lot to the west appears to have some frontage, it has some frontage on Blake. The parcel to the east, that 1.33 acre parcel, I think the way it appears, this little area here, there's a little sliver that's maintained by the Pinehurst nursing facility over here. So access, I believe, to this lot, and I'm going to defer again to Tim Carpenter because I know he's had more experience looking at this plat. But if it's developable at all, you either have to get some access off of Blake, and I don't think that's a good location for Blake because it's coming into a corner there. It's either going to come, it would have to probably come off of the proposed street from this subdivision right here.
So the front yard setback would be on the new subdivision road?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what are the plans for those two lots? Mr. Neal, if I can ask you.
As the applicant and Tim and I stated at our public hearing, the intent for those lots is to be dedicated to the homeowners association and to serve as common area. They're not to be developed.
Could that be handled with a deed restriction or something, some kind of note on the plat? Because right now the plat does say undeveloped area. There's nothing that restricts the future development of it as part of this. I don't know how you would achieve that, but you're best suited to address that.
Normally I see references such as common area on the preliminary plat, and certainly that provides an easy reference for the restrictive covenants when they're recorded to be able to address that. And then those will be deeded to the homeowners association at the appropriate time.
At this time, however, that's not reflected on the plat. It just does say undeveloped area as far as that, what those lots do say on the plat. Correct, Tim?
I think the applicant committed to it at the public hearing, so we'll stand behind that commitment.
Okay.
Because otherwise, those two lots, and they're called out as lots, and they're in a commercial zone. And there's nothing else to prevent them from being developed commercially. But this application has come through advertisement and notice and technical review committee and planning and zoning board and now council, and the possibility of commercial development there hasn't been brought out. So
There's no possibility of commercial development as it has been committed to be used for common area and undeveloped because it's just the entrance way to the neighborhood.
So what if we add a condition E that lots 40, 42 will be designated as common area on the plat?
well, if we do that, aren't we rezoning?
No,
Don't you have common area that's in city?
You're not it'll be permanent open space. You're not, unless you'll be rezoning if we were building houses on it.
Okay.
It
But
would
back to Judy's
require
question.
rezoning if we were building houses on it.
Right, right. But the question is, what development, if any, under NC could occur? And I think the question is, is there a way to prevent that? And I think that's what we're talking about, right?
Common area doesn't do that.
And Judy had a suggestion on that? A new condition?
Yeah, I mean, let's just create a condition to designate the fact that, there will be no development on those lots, or they'll be called common area, whatever the language is that you think is best, Aaron.
Judy, did you suggest a condition?
I did, condition E.
Yeah.
Lots 40 and 42 will be designated as common area.
They already committed to that.
I think we have to remember that this is not a conditional district. In other words, so conditions you apply as part of this preliminary plot approval can only be pursuant to making sure that the proposed development complies with our zoning.
Okay,
But he committed to it already, so.
Right, I think we talked a bit about this the last time, and
so-
Mr. Neal, were you suggesting, Mr. Neal, that your understanding would be that no further development would occur on those two lots? It'd be designated common area only, the 1.3 acres and the smaller portion on to the west?
I have received a number of texts while we've been on this call confirming that my understanding is correct, that it will not be developed.
Okay.
You'll change the plat to say common area?
However staff would think that best to be reflected is fine. We have another area that is common area, which is lot 39. It is the village's practice to label all of the polygons with a lot number, whether they're intended to be developed or otherwise. So there should not be any concern. All of that would be common area, and that's fine.
We'll be able to implement that at construction drawing time and prior to final plating.
Okay, thank you.
So that'll be added, Darren, that's what you suggested?
We will implement that as part of the final plat and construction drawing.
and we don't need a fifth condition.
No, I think everybody's acknowledged that. We will make sure that when final planning and construction drawing comes, those conditions will be on. We'll make sure that we implement those conditions because they voluntarily have discussed it as part of this discussion.
Thank you.
Now, Jane, does that address the point then on lots 40 and 42?
It does with respect to this application. I do think that we need to work on our PDO standards and clarify some of these things, because when you've got a subdivision application that comes in, there's multiple zoning districts involved, and it gets a little confusing, and I think we need to work that up a little better.
Okay.
But
agreed.
that's a separate conversation for a different time.
Did you have some other points, Jane, you wanted to make yet?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Kevin, I think you had some points to make, maybe.
Yeah, I have, I think that everyone's done a great job of taking care of the conditions and all that side of it. But all I want to do is just, we had some really positive discussion on making sure those common areas stayed green. And I thought, it's not something we could require. And I want to say that again, not requiring anything, but you guys we had some real positive discussion last time about how, we're about to do a small area plan for this area, and it was tended to be multi-use space where we could manage the, the greening up behind it and things like that. And you volunteered that your intent is to try to retain as much as you could, and that was just something you guys volunteered, and you still agree with that, right?
Yes, so for the public hearing and our last conversation and dialogue about this.
Is that Mr. Carpenter?
We're trying to build a quality neighborhood with an attractive, clearing all the trees is not we certainly agree with what you're talking about.
I couldn't fully understand that comment, Mr. Carpenter. Could you just repeat that, please? Thank you very much.
Yeah, something about your mic.
Sure, sorry. So yes, for our last, public hearing and conversation, yes, we would like to retain this area of green space and an attractive arrival into the neighborhood. So, we have no intention of denuding or clearing that land for, the purpose other than creating an attractive arrival into the neighborhood.
And you said that even possibly be able to retain some behind some of these homes, just, obviously not all of it, you're gonna have a yard, but I mean, I'm not trying to get you to overcommit or anything, but just anything you can possibly to try to retain some of the green character that we're trying to retain.
Yeah, we will attempt to minimize the clearing to the extent that we can. That benefits the homeowners, benefits the neighbors, benefits everybody. So yes, we would agree.
Hey, let's just sell them for more. Bill Bet, sell them for more.
That's right.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring that point that we had a meeting of the minds. It's not a requirement, but that's all I wanted to finish on. So we could, when we get done with our small area plan, we have this beautiful space and you are part of it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for me.
John, I've got one more question.
Please.
Okay, I'm looking at condition A. It's 2 sentences. The first sentence clearly deals with the access over the railroad track. The second sentence seems murky to me. It says, prior to approval of construction drawings, the applicant is to provide information acceptable to the village that an emergency access drive can be connected to Olivia Lane. Are we talking about the easement issue? I'm just not sure what it's unclear to me what we're getting at with that sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what we're getting at there, Lydia, is we want to make sure that where that emergency access road, gate, driveway accesses Olivia Lane, we just want to ensure that we can actually physically make that connection. So that's the intent of that condition.
Okay, and does that get to, is that addressed in this attorney's opinion letter?
We believe so.
Okay, is there any way we can make, if this sentence is clear to everybody else, I'm fine with it. Like I said, it just seems murky to me. Anybody else think it's murky?
I do. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Lydia.
I think it's murky.
Yes.
Remember, it's us who are interpreting that condition at this point. It's us who wrote that condition. It's us who know the intent behind that condition. So what I'm telling you is the way that's written, they just simply have to prove that they can connect to it. That's the important part of that's the important part of that condition. We're the ones who are, I wrote the condition. To me, it's clear, but then again, I wrote it. So.
And I'm looking at it through the eyes of an attorney, so maybe that's why it seems murky to me.
Maybe we need a from too in there. That an emergency access drive can be connected from the Pinehurst cottages, street avenue.
No, that's not the question in my mind. Are we talking about being able to make the emergency gate open and close, or are we talking about the status
of the road itself.
easements, the easement rights? The easement rights.
It's the easement rights on Olivia Lane, right, Darren?
Yes, that's right. We just want to make sure that we can, that we didn't have, when we drafted that condition, we didn't have that letter that was provided from the applicant, from their attorney. So what we needed was a little bit of, we wanted to ensure that, when we were looking at the development, that we could actually physically connect that access lane to Olivia Lane. So that's the whole reason behind that condition. And that's why we have that language, to make sure that they can show to us, whether it's that legal opinion that they gave us or anything else that provides us comfort that they can actually physically make that connection.
And I understand it and I'm comfortable with it.
And I don't have the drawing in front of me, Darren, remind me, where would that connection be, between which lots or around which lots?
Lake and Olivia.
To where the
I
road
can't tell if we're
stubs out.
sharing the screen, but
Just one person, please.
There, yeah. You see that?
right here is that, this is where that emergency access is. And when we went out there, because when we went out there, there's gonna have to be some physical construction occurring to connect this lot to Olivia Lane. So we wanted to make sure that they could actually do that. And we have the opinion that we're fairly comfortable that they can.
I'm not seeing your cursor here too well, Darren.
Oh,
Is this the lot
Here,
that leads
right
out to
there, yeah.
Arnett?
Yeah, right here. This is it, right? This is the one right here. This is
Okay.
that emergency.
At the end of
access
that,
gate.
at the end of Road A, in other words, right?
Yep. Right along here. You see, this is the boundary between the two
Right.
lots.
I see it
We
now.
want to make sure that they can make that connection.
So,
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was thinking it should be from Road A to Olivia Lane. Is that what?
That's what it is. I mean, you can make it more specific. Judy, I just know what I'm going to be interpreting or what we're going to be interpreting come construction drawing time. If you guys want to clear it up, you can clear it up. I can tell you what the intent behind the condition is.
I think it's all right the way it is.
but they wouldn't have to open that access as a part of the, at least the initial development. Is that my understanding?
It's all only tied to the whether or not sprinkling of the units is required. That's the
Right.
only reason we're talking about this.
Right. Well, yes, but even if the units are sprinkled, don't we want to plan for 2 access points in and out?
It would be nice, but it's not required by our development
Right.
ordinance.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I come back to the point earlier, if we're requiring or have the knowledge that this access point from Road A, the south end of Road A into Olivia Lane occurs, and then the railroad decides to close Olivia Lane, where are we?
But I thought you said Olivia Lane was their preferred access.
It's definitely preferred, but and I would hope we
No.
would be able to keep that open with the railroad, but
That's- And that's why we have the additional language in that same condition that requires that our lease agreement has to be successfully updated with the railroad to include emergency access for this development.
Closing Arnett or Olivia, and I think, I think that's still, I think their preferences are Arnett. Closing either of them is still a tough proposition because of everything that we've talked about with these prescriptive rights to get across. So what the railroad wants us to do, and what we are trying to do even with this plat, is try and develop a situation long-term in the future where we're connecting these two neighborhoods. So right now, these two neighborhoods are isolated from one another. With this plat, with that street stub moving to the west, that sets up that potential. There are other opportunities also along between Arnett and Olivia where there are some vacant lots where you could actually put a street stub, or you could put a through street in. It would take somebody to have to actually install that, and we're not proposing that at this time because it's out of control of this plat. What we're doing with control of this plat is trying to set up a future connection via this neighborhood to Arnett via that street stub. So, at some point, say Olivia's closed 50 years from now, potentially this road connection is open to Olivia and you'd have that interconnection. I think the better connection is somewhere closer to NC5 as a cross connection, but we don't have any roads mapped, or I won't even say mapped. We won't have any, there's no plan at this point.
So this is the first step. And that's
Correct.
it.
Correct. This is a long-term deal.
Yep, I got it. You ready for a motion?
Well, I did want to ask, are there any other questions of council? Yes or no? I don't see that.
No,
No.
None. But are there open items, maybe related to this, the dedication of Olivia Lane and all that we talked about earlier on? Are there any open items that we haven't covered or added in a condition or a change of language in the conditions in the last part of this discussion today?
No, I don't think so.
no,
Okay? Jane? No?
no.
No.
Lydia? All right, so any motion would be based on the comments we've made and the agreements we've made with respect to these conditions and new conditions today. Is that correct? All right.
There was probably only clarifications today, not new conditions. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought we were adding condition E. Weren't we going to
No,
do
we're
that?
not.
No,
Don't need that, Judy?
No, we don't.
Okay.
We had clarifications.
Darren will take care of that in the construction drawings.
Well, they're almost there already. They say undeveloped. We'll make sure that they put that undeveloped, get some different language.
Okay.
That makes it permanent.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I move to approve the Pinehurst South Cottages major subdivision preliminary plat identified as Moore County parcel ID 000-46287 and a portion of 000-46241 with the following conditions. A, all dwelling units shall be equipped with a fire sprinkler suppression system as approved by the Village of Pinehurst Fire Marshal, unless the village's current lease agreement with the Aberdeen, Carolina, and Western Railway Company is renegotiated to permit emergency secondary access to the subdivision. Prior to approval of construction drawings, the applicant is to provide information acceptable to the village that an emergency access drive can be connected from Road A to Olivia Lane. B, a site distance analysis be performed and sealed by a qualified licensed North Carolina professional engineer with transportation engineering experience for the proposed intersection with Blake Boulevard to confirm compliance with the AASHTO and NCDOT requirements noted in the village's ESSM as part of and prior to approval of the construction drawing submittal for this project. C, a site triangle compliant with Section 302A of the Village's Engineering Standards and Specifications Manual, ESSM, close parens, will be required at the intersection of proposed Street A and Blake Boulevard prior to approval of construction drawings and the final plat. The applicant may seek a variance from this condition through the Village of Pinehurst Board of Adjustment for North Carolina General Statute. D, Council agrees to waive the requirement for curb and gutter for Section 302A of the ESSM and allow use of the valley gutter as depicted on the preliminary plat.
I second that motion. Thank you for reading it. You always take the long motions.
I know, I probably heard that decision.
Before I call for a vote, then I have one question for Darren and/or Jeff. Do any of these approvals or conditions in the motion require the village to annex this land in the future?
No.
No.
The answer is no. The motion has been made. There's been a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks,
you all.
Darren.
thank you.
Mr. Neal, Marcel, great.
Yes, David
Thank
Neal,
you.
thank you very much. Marcel, Mr. Carpenter, thank you. We'll move on then to this agenda item number 6, presentation of a distinguished budget award to the Village of Pinehurst. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, John. And because of our dispersed environment right now, we don't have the opportunity to present this award in public, but it is still a great opportunity to say thank you and thank our staff for the hard work that went into this again. Again, this is the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and this is all about our 2021 Strategic Operating Plan. And you know, we have a habit of winning this award here in the Village of Pinehurst. 13 years in a row. This makes. And in this case, we've also won the Special Performance Measures Recognition, and that's kind of a cut above. You know, I want to talk a little bit about who we're talking about here. I mean, this is, you know, Brooke Hunter and her staff put a lot of hard work into actually producing that document, but it's also supported by a wide array or cast of characters on the village staff that play supporting roles all through the development of the strategic operating plan process. And it really starts with the retreat. The council is involved in this as well. But it starts with the retreat, and through our budgeting process, we build this plan that culminates in this nice document that the finance department puts together for us in the May-June timeframe, and that you approve. Special thanks to Lauren Craig, given the fact that, again, we won the Special Performance Measures recognition. That's a lot of that has to do with the efforts that she provides to our cumulative effort. And that's all about the integration of our key performance indicators in that document and all the data that we track. In order to win the budget, the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award in general, what the evaluators are looking at is effectiveness in 4 different areas. It's a policy document, a financial plan, an operations guide, and a communications device. And you have to excel in all 4 of those areas to win this award. So with that, I want to thank Brooke Hunter, her staff, Lauren, and the wide range of other folks on our staff that are integrated into this process that culminates in our strategic operating plan document.
Jeff, thank you very much, and I hope that Brooke, and Lauren, Natalie, everybody else out there, I'm sure many of them are listening to the meeting, and again, it's a wonderful achievement to have. I think it was particularly interesting this year. Jane asked for the additional comments that were made by the different individuals who evaluate these reports, and those were quite revealing, and I enjoyed reading those, learned quite a bit from that too. So again, well done on part of the staff, and I'm sorry they're not here in front of us, but hopefully they're listening from the comfort of home, or in some cases their offices. Yeah. Move along then, Jeff. Should we go to agenda item number 7, which is a discussion of the National Historic Landmark District Integrity and Condition Study?
Right, and that effort
me,
is
is there a
ongoing.
question?
I'm going to introduce Natalie to present that topic.
Yep.
I want to ask a question real quick. In the letter we got, they said that they were going to give us a press release and possibly a video. Have we gotten those? Are we going to get them? Should we consider posting them or doing something with them?
For the budget
We've
award.
already posted the press release.
How about the video? They said they give us a
It's on our-
video congratulating us.
I haven't seen the video yet. Have you, Brooke?
I have not seen a video.
Yeah, they said they'd give us a video. Okay,
Hey,
just wondering.
I'll keep you posted if I see anything.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm ready for landmark.
Okay, Natalie, go ahead with the National Historic Landmark District Integrity and Condition Study discussion.
Okay. I don't know if Beth is pulling up the agenda item, but I did attach a memo in there, and I'm just going to run through that for you and give you an update on the National Park Service's Integrity and Condition Study. And we've talked about this before. The Park Service kicked this off earlier this year and wanted to inform the public that we are getting to the point where they will be seeking public input on our National Historic Landmark District. And I wanted to talk a little bit about what that means and what the public and the council can expect over the course of the next several months. As you know, the village was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1996. And one of the roles of the National Park Service is to monitor the condition of the district to see that it still meets those historic qualities or characteristics for which it was originally nominated. So the Park Service right now has engaged a firm, Richard Grubb and Associates, and they are in the process of doing a complete inventory of all of the properties that are in the National Historic Landmark District. They have made significant progress on that. They've been keeping me updated over the course of the last couple months. And so what they're doing is they're taking photographs, they're looking at GIS data, they're looking to see how the district has changed, whether houses have been demolished or rebuilt, so on and so forth. And they're gathering all that information to complete this report. I do want to mention that the integrity and condition study is being performed as a part of the National Park Service's statutory obligation. It is not because of something the village has or has not done. It's just that time, and it's our turn to have our district looked at, and so they're going through that. Everything's been going very, very smoothly from the perspective of the Park Service. They've been very pleased with how we've cooperated with them and worked together to pull everything together for these meetings that are coming up. So very, very pleased with how it's progressing and expect it to continue to progress as smoothly going forward. So they released a press release, you may know, in November that kind of launched the kickoff of the study. And they created a project website, and I've put that inside the memo of the agenda item. So residents can go to parkplanning.nps.gov/Pinehurst, and that's where residents can find more information about the study that the Park Service is conducting. And what is coming up that I wanted to make council and the public aware of are 2 virtual public meetings. And those public meetings will be held on February the 2nd. They will be held at 10 to 11:30. So my memo said 10:30 in Novus, but if you go to the NPS website right now, they're publishing that as at 10 a.m. to 11:30. So we'll get all that clear. 10 to 11:30 in the morning, and then another one 6:30 to 8 o'clock at night. And those will be held again virtually. They will be held via this same Zoom platform that we are using right now. And the Park Services will be releasing their press release to the public tomorrow, explaining all of the, explaining the purpose of the meetings, what residents can expect. And then the village will follow right behind that. And then we will release public information explaining in more detail what those input meetings will look like. So those are coming up again, February 2nd, 10 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. They'll last an hour and a half. There will be a very brief presentation by the Park Service that just says, here's why we're here, here's what we're doing. And then it's intended to be more of an open forum where our residents and our property owners can discuss what they think is going well or maybe not going so well within the district. And then maybe if they see any specific projects, initiative, or trends that they might think are really beneficial for the district or potentially harmful. So it really just gives residents an opportunity to talk about what they've seen going on in the district, what they might see coming up in the district that they're pleased with, or maybe that they have concerns about. So that will be happening on February 2nd. They'll also have they're also going to invite a couple of folks. I say a couple, it's a pretty sizable group, but they're going to have some what they're calling listening sessions. And the listening sessions will be key stakeholders that are invited to individual meetings with them, and like, for example, key property owners in the district. And so they will also have some more one-on-one type conversations or smaller group discussions with certain groups of folks. So all council members are invited to those, and I will have information to give you about that in the upcoming days. So as soon as I get the stuff from the Park Service that's coming out, I'll be able to give you a little bit more information about that. Lydia and I have been working together on pulling together just a very brief PowerPoint, some information that might be helpful to the public and to the folks that are going to participate in those listening sessions. And we have that ready to go, and we'd like to, I think we're planning on getting something set up next week so those folks who will be participating can just have a little bit frame of reference and a background. So our intent is to have a Zoom meeting, video it for those who can't come, and then distribute the video to them along with, excuse me, the PowerPoint presentation. So we have all that ready to go, and I think everything's, pretty much in place. After this public input period, February 2nd and 4th, what will happen is they will go back, the Park Service and Richard Grubb and Associates they'll go back, they'll complete the study. They will bring a preliminary version of the study results, either late summer, early fall, and they will also have another public meeting for the public and the council to take a look at that preliminary study and then provide public input and feedback on that before they finalize it. So that's where we stand as it relates to that study. And are there any questions of council?
And Lydia, would you wish to add anything to this comment from Natalie?
No, John, but I want to thank Natalie for getting up to speed so quickly and so thoroughly on this. And you've really done a great job of dealing with the Grub people and the Park Service. You do not know how much I appreciate it.
No, you're very welcome. They've been an extreme pleasure to work with. We've been very effective together.
That's great.
Working
Thank
out
you.
great.
Natalie was kind enough to review some of this outline with me yesterday, Lydia, so I'm up to date on that and look forward to this proceeding. Natalie, you probably already have a plan, but when that press release is issued tomorrow by the Park Service, would you make sure that council gets that as soon as practical? And I know it'll be posted on our regular social media page. Questions from council members, though, of Natalie in this project? Kevin?
I've never felt like some people from the outside judging us understood our unique challenges. And I think maybe I'll talk to Lydia and try to articulate that. Maybe to you, Natalie, maybe it's not, but I think Pinehurst, unlike a lot of historical landmarks, has some unique challenges that if we don't articulate, could be misinterpreted. I don't know how to. I don't know.
Well, I will say, Kevin, they want to hear from you. NPS wants to hear what each of your individual perspectives are in terms of what you think those challenges are, or what those unique characteristics are that might make it more difficult for us to do certain things, or whatever the case may be. So your platform is going to be February the 4th to be able to share that with them.
Some of it is the company town aspect. And then all of a sudden, I think that makes us unique.
Yeah.
And makes us more of a challenge to have to start from zero. And I thought that, has anybody shared that, grew up here, that shared that they ever think of that uniqueness,
I think some of that, Kevin, you're right. I think some of this uniqueness began to come out very early in the year in two ways. First of all, when the council approved a position paper, a policy on how we were going to interpret and work within the context of our historic district, even under the statute guidelines that we found in the Park Service statutes, but we weren't really aware of. So that policy, as you recall, we adopted just about a year ago, a little later in the year, I guess, was very important to that. But it's been also very true over the years that in our relationship with the Park Service, the uniqueness of Pinehurst really never came out, and we weren't given guidelines on it, which again led to the policy I just described. I think it's probably true, and it's, again, come out in our research, that there's maybe two, perhaps a third area in the country that's anything like Pinehurst. The one that's most directly like us is the Chautauqua Institution in Western New York State. Our two places are national landmark districts and the largest districts that one can find. So it is a unique situation, and I think we will be edified by what the Park Service discusses, but they will be very educated by the offerings that our public and council members will have to make in the next 30 days or so. Are there other comments from council members or questions from for Natalie on this point?
But that would have to happen, talk to you guys pretty quickly, right, Natalie and Lydia?
I'm available whenever you want to get together, Kevin. Just let me know.
Okay.
Me too. You know, and I'm encouraged by the fact that we will get a draft report. So if they've got some concerns, then we can address all of those concerns. Because, you know, I've said so many times, I think we have a great story to tell. And Kevin, to your point about challenges, I mean, we're Natalie, 766 acres with 500 privately held properties. And, the regulations say private property owners can do anything they want with their property. So it's a challenge to maintain within the confines of the historic district when you've got so many individual property owners. But again, I'm so looking forward to getting through
I
this.
think I got a different take, as you might expect. It's just a different path. I mean, we've been challenged and we answered the challenge too. On a few occasions that I'm not sure that is always we're credited with. But anyway.
Oh, we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Definitely want to talk about it.
Judy, any questions or comments? Jane?
No.
All right. Natalie, I think that covers it. Thanks very, very much. We look forward to these meetings, which will all be virtual, as I think you mentioned, but just to remind everybody, all this is going to be done in virtual mode over the next 30 days or so as we go forward. So we'll move on then to item number 8. Jeff?
Thank you, John. I think everybody recalls that back in March, I think was the right timeline, the federal government took some action that required us to extend some benefits to our employees in this COVID environment. And we're now at a situation where, as of December 31st, that federal requirement has run out. And yet, we're in a more serious or significant COVID environment now than we have been throughout that period. And as we as senior staff looked at this situation, we thought it would be appropriate if we asked the council to extend the program that was required by the federal government through the December 31st for emergency paid sick leave for another 90 days. And what we're asking for is not in addition to the 80 hours maximum per employee emergency paid sick leave allocation that was required, but just an extension of the time period that each employee may use that benefit as needed or as required. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Angie.
Thank you.
I think Jeff summarized it very well. All we're asking for is an extension of the 80 hours. So for instance, if an employee has used 40 of those hours, they would have 40 hours available to them. The parameters would be exactly the same as they were under the other policy. We have made a couple of changes. We would allow it to only be used by regular full-time and part-time employees, and there would be a 30-day wait for new hires to take advantage of this opportunity. In the federal policy, there were no restrictions at all. So we felt that that would be a little better for the village at this point. There are still folks that are having issues with COVID, as you know. Our employees are part of that group as well. Since the first of the year, we've actually had 7 7 employees, and it's just the 12th of the month. We've had 7 employees who are having to be off work for COVID-related issues. And we estimate that's going to amount to about 35 days at this point. So we're 12 days in, and 7 employees are going to be out of work for about 35 days between them. So we do feel that this is a good plan to put in place for a short period of time. It will give employees this paid leave. Since we started it last April, it will just bring them to a full year to have this benefit, and we feel that that is a fair program for our employees.
Angie, so just to, again, clarify, this will run to March 31st, 2021, which gives 12 months effectively, as you just said, from the start date, right? And remind us, what do you anticipate to be the financial impact on the village?
Sure. I don't know fully what the financial impact would be, and if Brooke is on, she can certainly pipe in. She did respond to an email earlier in the week from Lydia, who had posed a question, how much we had spent in 2020, and that number was approximately $24,600 in the paid sick leave. And Brooke, if you want to elaborate on how we estimate what we're going to spend in the next couple of months, I'll let you go ahead and speak to that.
Sure. We haven't done an actual estimate to see approximately how much, because it's just dependent on how many employees are exposed. However, I would mention that there's not a direct impact on the budget itself. We did budget for all of these employees to work for the entire year. This is basically replacing using their personal sick leave is what this policy is doing. And so budget is in place. We wouldn't have to have a budget amendment necessarily to address someone using these emergency hours.
Okay. And Angie, is it possible to define what the use of the program by individuals who actually have become ill, as opposed to those that may have to be doing other things for families because of the impact of schools or other kind of things like that? Are you able to quantify that at all, or are you allowed to quantify that at all?
I can probably quantify it. I probably can't quantify that particular detail tonight, but when we were tracking it, we were tracking employees who were using, actually we were tracking who was using it for their own illness versus those who were quarantined because of a family member. They kind of fall in the same group. But I could get those numbers to you if you're interested in those.
Unless another council member wishes that, I think we have a better understanding now of how that's being used. I don't need that. Questions from council members for Brooke or Angie or Jeff?
No. Just a clarification. So we're being reimbursed for these sick hours for these employees. Is that right?
We are not being reimbursed for these hours. The federal government mandated that we put this policy in place.
Okay.
Private employers are getting, I think they get a tax credit or something along those lines. Is that correct, Brooke?
Right.
But we are not eligible for that.
Okay.
Oh.
And Brooke, if I understood your memo correctly, somebody takes advantage of this, so they're taking advantage of this in other than their sick leave. And where it really may kick in financially for us is if they take this and then later have to take sick leave too, then they've now been out longer than they typically would get under sick leave, and then we have the added cost then, if I explain that correctly.
Right. The village is impacted basically in the form of time. And so where this would potentially increase the amount of time that someone has available to be out for a medical type of situation. But these hours, I will mention here as well, I mentioned that in my email, that sick hours are not paid out when an employee terminates. And so this would not impact the budget from that perspective. It's not like it goes into their bank and would be paid out at a later date. That's not the case.
And I think that there's some logic to this as well, given the requirement that we impose to quarantine, whether you're sick or whether you've been exposed to a family member that's sick.
Mm-hmm.
What
We have to do it.
are our sister cities doing? And the county? Are they doing this too?
What we know right now, what I know right now, is that as of last night, Aberdeen was going to be discussing an extension for 6 months. I don't know if they approved that or not. And Southern Pines and Moore County both are initiating discussions about this topic as well. I don't know the status of those discussions, but this came about because about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, Wayne Vest contacted the three of us, myself, Reagan, and Paul, and asked us what we were doing. And Paul let us know that they were moving forward with a request for 6 months, and I told them that we were moving forward with a request to the council to consider 3 months. And it sounded like as a result of that, Moore County and Southern Pines are considering some parallel action.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from the council members? Seeing none, do we have a motion on this?
I
Yes.
move.
Go ahead,
approve-
please.
I move to approve resolution 21-01, approving the Village of Pinehurst emergency paid sick leave policy.
There was a motion by Kevin Drum. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Judy Davis. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much, Angie, Brooke, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to item number 9, Jeff, which is a land purchase report.
Right, and this is pursuant to the land purchase that we just recently executed for that parcel that's out adjacent to West Pinehurst Park, the West Pinehurst Park property. And when we left that discussion off with you in December, there was this question about whether or not it would require a budget amendment. And based on what we heard from the council at that meeting, we interpreted your intent to be that you would prefer for us to do a budget amendment, reallocating the funds that were intended to be used for the fire station to this. And so this action is following up on that. And so I think I'll turn it over to Jeff and Brooke for this discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to let Brooke take the lead. I will say that we did close on the property in December. We now own it, and so that portion has been completed. And as Jeff indicated, this is kind of an accounting action to make sure that the dollars align in the appropriate budget, as opposed to coming out of fund balance. I think they're going to shift from fire station to fire department to Parks and Recreation. But I'll let Brooke take it from there.
Sure. I think you both did a great job of explaining that. As you know, we did roll forward $200,000 into this year's budget from last year for the potential acquisition of the third fire station. And since the appropriate parcel hasn't been identified at this point, we have proposed this budget amendment to, as Jeff has mentioned, just move the funds from the fire department capital budget over to Parks and Recreation's capital budget. And it's just aligning the budget with where the land is actually going to be accounted for in the correct department. If land for a fire station is identified later in the year, we can certainly prepare another budget amendment to pull those funds out of fund balance to purchase this. So this does not eliminate your ability to purchase land in the future if desired. So there is an ordinance available for your consideration. The ordinance is for $182,000. That includes the purchase price as well as land acquisition costs for surveys and things of that nature. But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those for you.
Questions, council?
I just noticed that this has the same ordinance number as the prior ordinance, 21-01.
Ordinances and resolutions. I looked at that too.
Okay, right. Thank you, Jane.
Welcome.
I get tripped up on that a lot too. Between the numbering for ordinances and resolutions, they sometimes are the same as in this case. Good catch,
Yep.
Judy. Thanks for the
Okay.
explanation. Any other questions from council on this item number 9? Is there a motion for the approval of this item number 9?
I'll move to approve ordinance 2101, amending the ordinance appropriating funds for operations regarding revenues and expenditures of the general fund for the village of Pinehurst.
Motion
A
by
second.
Jane Hogaman, second by Lydia Bosch, I believe.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Brooke. Jeff?
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 10. Jeff Batten maybe having this for us, Jeff? Or?
Yeah, and I'd like to thank Jeff for his initiative on this. Over a period of many years, Jeff has had to wrestle with situations periodically. It doesn't happen all that often, but where an adjoining property owner has removed a tree from our right-of-way on our village streets, and he's had to go in and adjudicate what happens after the fact. And we haven't really had any language in our municipal code or PDO or otherwise that really gives us any basis for requiring remediation by the offending party. And so Jeff has tried to close that gap with this language he's drafted for an amendment to our municipal code. Jeff?
Yeah, that's correct. Jeff, thanks for that introduction. Just want to stress for the public's benefit that this is a public tree protection ordinance that we're proposing. This doesn't have anything to do with trees on private property. This is we're talking about trees in the right of way or in our parks or any of our public property that we hold. The intent, is to provide us some standards, if you will, for when trees should be removed from public property as a guidance for staff, but also to provide some deterrent language and something with, unfortunately, some teeth if necessary. Hopefully we don't have to get to that, but a type of penalty in the event that these actions do occur. And, with thought process that we take those dollars and try to do some type of remediation action to replace the tree. Well, really what we're after is trying to be a deterrent and trying to educate the public that trees that are, what they presume to be in their front yard are potentially actually in our right of way, and that, you cannot remove those without village approval. So we have not had this in the past. We have had this occur once or twice, and you, as Jeff indicated, you sort of have to go out there and sort of reason with people and try to get the best solution that we can in terms of replanting, but there's nothing behind that in terms of an ordinance that we can turn to help us remediate some of those types of actions. So we're asking for y'all to consider adopting a public tree protection ordinance in order to give us a little more strength to make sure that we are protecting our tree canopy in the public spaces. It's obviously a very key item to our aesthetics, to our charm of our community. It's important that we're protecting those. I sent you an original version in your agenda packet, and Jane brought up some good comments that we had since have incorporated into version 2, and I hope you've had a chance to look at that. I emailed it to you yesterday. The difference between the two, everything in version 2 includes what was in version 1, but version 2 does expand some of the types of actions that could occur that may damage or kill our trees through willful acts. People could poison trees if they really wanted to get rid of it, and we've told, they know that they can't, maybe they're not going to probably get permission from us. They could take some type of action that ultimately does kill a tree, and we're trying to, I guess, broaden our scope in terms of protecting the public trees. So the second version includes some additional language that broadens that a little bit in terms of the types of actions that people may take to either overly prune or attempt to do other damage to the trees in hopes that maybe they will die at some point so they can have them removed. There's also corresponding penalties that are in the version 2 that I sent that correlate with that. So that's kind of where we are. I think version 2 is the better of the 2 versions for sure. That would be the one I would recommend if we were going to pursue this and proceed. I know that the village council is going to be ultimately considering eventually a tree preservation type of ordinance or incentive program for private property and private development. I think this complements that situation and makes it our own statement about how we feel about the trees along our public right-of-ways and in our public spaces.
Well said, Jeff. Thank you. I'm looking at the version that was attached to your email of yesterday. And let me just check with the village clerk. Beth, is the version in Novus this?
Oh, you got both.
It's both. They're both there. Okay, fine. And everybody's had a chance to take a look at that. Are there questions from the council members for Jeff Batten?
Jeff, what happens today when we decide that a tree is aged and it needs to come down and the village takes it down?
Yeah.
What about the replanting? What's the practice there?
So it's a great question. We take the opinion, but not always the approach, that we would like to try to do tree for tree. One comes down, one goes in. With that being said, there are times that when we take out a tree, there are some locations that may not be the best spot to put one back in. Sometimes especially longleaf pines and other pines, they can cluster very closely together, and when one maybe dies out, it actually allows room for the other two to mature and grow better and be stronger and healthier. So we have to use a little bit of judgment there. What the public will see often is tree will come down, but there's no replanting for an extended period of time, and that has to do with the time of year. For example, right now we have, I think, 7 oak trees that we're just getting ready to plant to replace 2 that we took out last April or May, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even June, along Magnolia Road. But that was not the right time to plant, so we're now planting those back at this point in time. So we have, as a process, we only have 2 or 3 of us that really have the authority, given our practice, to approve a tree removal. We typically will use Kevin Brewer, who is a certified arborist, as our go-to person for any trees that we feel are in question. He is trained to do hazard evaluation of a tree. Obviously, he trained about how to disease detection, the health of the tree, and that kind of stuff. So some of them are very obvious that I don't need Kevin to go look at a dead pine. I can plainly see that that's dead. But those trees that are deteriorating are the ones that can sometimes be in question. Also, the ones that are leaning, that you see a lot of times, the public gets concerned about, particularly after we get a windstorm. All of a sudden, they notice them. We use Google Street View. We go back in time and look at Street View to determine, has that tree leaning more now than it was then? So we use a variety of different methods before we decide to take a tree down, because first and foremost, we're going to keep it if we can. That's our desire.
Right.
But when it becomes a hazard, then it needs to be removed, and then the replanting might occur there, or it might occur in a slightly different location. Again, just kind of based on the conditions right there. The tree variety sometimes changes. We look up and down the street. We took down a holly here, but when you look up and down the street, it's all magnolias in that row. So we may go back with a magnolia in that particular case as opposed to holly. So there are just a lot of different factors that we look at when we look at replanting.
Jeff, does the power company have the authority to take out any tree?
They do. The power company operates under the Utilities Commission, so they operate on a different set of regulations that are kind of beyond our reach. We are very fortunate. We have a very good relationship with local Duke vegetation manager. He lives in Pinehurst. He understands our sensitivity to trees, but at the same time, he understands that he does have to try to ensure power consistency in the community. It's a very difficult balancing act that they have.
Sure.
He does contact us anytime that he feels like he needs to remove a tree in the public right of way. And we usually, I'll say most of the time, probably 99% of the time, we'll meet on site, or he'll flag it and I'll run by there and I'll call him back. In some cases, we have agreed not to remove the tree. In other cases, it is apparent that it probably needs to come down.
Yeah, and maybe a ground cover thing could go there, and a bare spot or something? No?
It all depends, again, on the specific conditions in that particular location. One of the other struggles that we will have from time to time is the placement of those trees, the watering ability for us to keep them watered. So oftentimes, if it's adjacent to a home and it's sort of all agreed upon kind of removal and we plant back, then we sometimes can work with a homeowner to do the watering. We've done that before, and they'll water it on
Cool.
for us. So again, just it's
soup to nuts.
it's a lot of different just a lot of different factors that come in. You have to look at each one kind of individually.
I just know how that happened. I'm glad you guys talk. I'm glad you guys talk.
We have a really good relationship again particularly with Duke Energy. Again, the vegetation manager lives here, understands us. He's got my cell number, I got his, and we stay in close contact related to that. Again, we have to also recognize that, our ability to put a stop to a potential tree removal is really going to be more governed by the Utilities Commission under that particular scenario than us. But they are very good about contacting us on every tree removal that they feel that needs to come down in the right of way.
Does the homeowner ever participate with you in buying the replacement tree?
In the public right of way, typically they will, but I tend to lean towards the three primary trees that we have that are our evergreens, if you will, longleafs, magnolias, and hollies.
Yeah.
So that tends to be the majority of the three that we try to plant back along the right of ways. There are times that we certainly will listen to the property owner. The magnolias that get limbed up, for example, create an awful mess underneath. Magnolias are much better if you don't limb them up and you let them go to the ground. All that tree debris and clutter, they're a very messy tree. All that stuff sort of stays within the confines of the tree itself. It looks a lot better. So if I took out a magnolia and the person wanted to put back a holly, we probably would go along with that. But if they wanted to put back a palm tree, no, we're not doing that. It's going to match. We're going to look up and down the street and say, you can see what's coming down the street. You can see what's coming down this direction. It's longleaf pines and hollies. That's what we need to stay within that framework.
Thank you.
Jeff, has Mike Newman had a chance to look at the second version?
He has not. Before he signs it, he'll have to. I think the ordinance is pretty straightforward in general, but it's a good question. I mean, ultimately, he's got to have to approve it anyway. But
Okay.
And we stole some of the language from other ordinances that were out there. Some of it we've created, but a lot of it we pilfered from others.
Okay.
Approve this based on Mike Newman's approval?
You can. You could, subject to his review and signature. I mean, he signs off on all the ordinances anyway,
Right.
after they're approved.
I think
But,
having Mike take a
that's
look
fine.
at
If you
it.
want to do it that way, you can do it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions of Jeff Batten on this subject? There is a resolution.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jane, and to Jeff. I think then there is a resolution on this, which we could add the word "subject to review by council," if that would be all right. Somebody want to take that on?
Mike Newman's thought. No.
You want me to give it a try?
Thank you, Lydia.
Okay.
I move to approve ordinance 21-02, amending the Pinehurst Municipal Code by adding chapter 96 as it pertains to public tree protection, subject to the review and approval of council for the village of Pinehurst.
I'll second that one.
Motion by Lydia Bosch, second by Jane Hogeman. Does the village clerk have that added wording? Yes, ma'am. All right, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. Jeff, thanks very much for your,
Thank you.
your good
And
work.
Jane, thank you.
Yep,
Yeah.
Jane, thank you as well.
Good council staff work on that particular item, as always. All right, we'll move on into other business. Is there any other business a council member wishes to bring to the meeting? I have just a few kind of, I'll call them updates, not necessarily for discussion because we'll talk about them soon, but just to get them on for the public record. I have a letter dated December 29th from Moore County inviting municipalities across the county to a meeting on January 27, which will have to do with a presentation by the CVB on increasing the occupancy tax. The meeting is limited in terms of attendance. Jeff Sanborn and I have discussed the date, but we haven't necessarily agreed who. I mean, one or both of us are going to go, and maybe another council member if we can get permission for that. But anyway, there is a meeting on January 27th in the afternoon, 9 a.m. on the occupancy tax, and we'll need to discuss that. In fact, Jeff, I think we better put that on the work session for the 26th. And in the meantime, I'll pass this letter around or information related to that subject, the occupancy tax. Would you like to comment any further on that, Jeff? Or I just wanted to get it and get it identified. We also have a communication, as council members will know, from residents of Mackenzie Road with respect to the possibility of a sidewalk there. I think we need to begin to look at that over the next meeting or so. You all have a copy of that. And
Has that
Jeff?
come up in the bicycle and pedestrian advisory
Yes.
group? And do we have a sense for where they prioritize that potential project?
I think they believe it's worthy of consideration, and they talked about it at length about how it would go, and possibly bring people in from the other side of Highway 5 and get them over to Rassy Wicker. Jane, is that what you're
Right.
hearing?
Right. They are concerned about getting from Donald Ross across Highway 5, both up to 211 and over to Rassy Wicker. And that's one of the routes that could take.
Yeah.
So they haven't drilled down into exactly where that route would go yet, but they are aware of the letter that came in. I did forward it to Mark Wagner ahead of yesterday's bike ped meeting.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it is a very convenient place to cross from the Donald Ross neighborhood across Highway 5. And that section of Mackenzie has a very high volume of traffic. It would be a good place to separate pedestrians from vehicles.
Well, that's great. And so when the bicycle and pedestrian committees reports and requests come through, let's keep that in mind.
now that committee won't meet again for 3 months, right? Isn't that on a 3-month system, or are they meeting more?
Correct. It's April. I believe it's April.
Right. But they'll be bringing their requests, for next year through, not necessarily in a meeting, but through to senior staff,
Okay,
right?
all right. So there'll be some further discussion on that. Good. I think that's
Yeah.
good. Yeah, all right. We'll keep us in touch on that. I think the only other discussion point, which I think you and I talked about very briefly, Jeff, and that is that here we are in January. Cold weather's back. We've been trying to help our local retail and restaurant businesses, and maybe we need to, through Jeff Madden, I would suggest, refresh the to-go lane pickup for our restaurants so that those places are available that we had before, and try to do as much as we can for the restaurant community as well as the retail community through this difficult time. So some thought from staff to how we would do that would be helpful.
Jeff and I had a conversation about that. I think at this point, maybe we'll just leave it up to Jeff to try to advance that dialogue. I think, if I recall correctly, Jeff, you haven't heard any such requests from downtown
No,
restaurants?
Jeff, I have not heard anything from anyone downtown about reestablishing the pickup lanes. We've got the outdoor dining spaces taking up in the evenings, and we've also got now some designated retail parking spaces scattered around. I think the challenge would be trying to do curbside pickup without further hindering potential parking for visitors and residents that are shopping down there. To do a curbside pickup takes a couple of 2 or 3 spaces, just because you got to have enough room to pull off, pull up, and then pull away. So when we did it originally, of course, there was essentially no one out and about downtown, so it's pretty easy. Downtown now is there's a lot of traffic still coming and going, and people are, I think they're a little bit more out there, if you will, than they used to be. With that being said, obviously the COVID situation has ramped up a little worse than it was, but it doesn't appear that we're going in a reverse direction from the standpoint of the governor's types of mandates related to COVID restrictions. To the extent that we could set up some curbside types of pickup situation, I think we would need to study that a little more in depth to come up with something that may not overly impact other businesses, or for people that are actually showing up and want to actually walk into the store. I wouldn't want to block off so many spaces, I guess is what I'm getting to. Now, whether that means, and I don't know if the restaurants would be willing or interested in doing curbside pickup and then flipping their whole arrangements to on-street dining or not. That would just be a question I'd need to pose to them and find out what their thoughts were.
You guys know Villager is closed on March 15th,
I did not know that.
and Pinecrest is closed to the end of January.
Yeah, I knew Pinecrest was closed.
And you have a bunch of these unusual winter closures in the restaurant business.
Pinecrest always closes in January.
Yeah,
Coley, that was an unusual move for Coley though,
Yeah,
March 15th, because he lost that outdoor, cold weather. So, I mean, all of a sudden, all that parking is available.
Jeff, let's
Yeah, I
take,
was not aware about Coley's closure.
Yeah.
just happened this week. It was in the pilot yesterday on.
I mean, it's kind of like parking is not a problem.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Then what we'll do, we'll take a look and see if we can come up with some locations that maybe can be shared between some of the type of businesses that you would expect to have more of a pickup type of arrangement. Kind of if we get them spaced appropriately, perhaps they can serve dual purposes, restaurant and maybe a shop like the olive oil shop, for example, that they may have that type of clientele that likes to just pull up, bring me out, XYZ balsamic vinaigrette or whatever. And then that location could possibly mirror up because it's close to, a drum and quill, for example, just because those two are, they sit beside each other.
maybe we need kind of.
We'll take a look, see what we can come up with.
This is going to say maybe we need kind of a plan for January or so, which would be pretty simple because some of the restaurants and places are closed. And I'm
That's right.
thinking, when I'm thinking of the to-go requirement, I'm really thinking of dinner time, not necessarily lunch. So we're talking, 5 o'clock and after, kind of the
There's
situation. we
parking
can work.
out of your ears
Sorry.
at night.
At 5 o'clock.
Yeah, so I mean, it just seems like you're trying to fix something that doesn't need to be fixed.
Yeah. Well,
If it was not daytime or afternoon pickup, Kevin, you're down there all the time, so you're seeing it. At 5 o'clock, if somebody's doing a takeout, I mean, are they readily available? Parking's readily available for them to do that.
But daytime, the shops are open. They're still. I mean, it's good to have. I think you might want to talk to more people, but I just I don't see what's needed right now, except keeping those retail signs, in place and enforcing that,
Yeah, yeah. Maybe since there's only a few restaurants involved, Jeff, you're talking to each one. I mean, Lisi may have one thought about what they might need.
Right.
Alan Harris may have some other idea. Kevin's got his place well organized.
Sure.
You know what's funny
So,
is I
those are
go
the ones.
Reese pick up every week, and I use their half moon drive up window.
Yeah,
They have the old theater.
right.
I pull right there, jump out, and that's where I pick it up. 'Cause it's kind of like it's designed for it.
Yeah.
Because my wife's addicted to that zucchini pasta.
It's really good.
We'll compare notes on menu items at a later time. Jeff,
Yeah, I
thanks.
know, but my point is, they kind of have a built-in drive-up window,
Yep,
and that half moon.
Yeah.
that's
Pull
right.
it.
Yep.
Carriage drop off.
Yeah.
Jeff, thanks for looking into that. Make whatever arrangements seem to be right for each restaurant and keep but not to impact our retailers in any negative way, of course, as well.
Understand.
Do we have comments from attendees tonight, Beth? Seeing none? All right. Is there a motion to adjourn the regular meeting and move to our closed session? I'm sorry, to our work session.
I move to adjourn the regular meeting, take a comfort break, and then resume our work session.
Friendly amendment to the motion by Judy Davis. Is there a second?
I
Second.
Second from Kevin. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The regular meeting is ended. We'll take, it is 6:48. We'll take a break till 6:55, 7 or 8 minutes, and be right back, and Lauren's ready. Thank you. session of the Pinehurst Village Council. All of our council members are in this meeting via Zoom. The village manager and the mayor are here with village clerk and one of our technology persons, Jason Whitaker, and we have one member of the public present at the current time. We've called the meeting to order. First order of business, item number 2 on the agenda is a discussion of the balanced scorecard. Would the village manager wish to make some introductory comments?
Maybe briefly, John, and this is the first touch point back with the council after the retreat on our path toward building next year's strategic operating plan. And Lauren's going to present to you this is what we think we heard from you in the strategic retreat, translated over to a proposed 2022 balanced scorecard and the IAPs for the next 5 years.
Just as simple as that. Thank you. Lauren, go right ahead.
Great. Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, council, for having me here. And just like Jeff said, this is a touch point for us to come back to you and show you the proposed FY 2022 balanced scorecard, as well as the proposed initiative action plans. Both of these were drafted after the strategic planning retreat that was held on December 10th and 11th. And council, what we did was try to take your guidance and the input that you all provided at that meeting to draft both of these proposals. As this is a work session, this is really for us to touch base with you, see if this is, along the lines of what you were expecting it to look like, based on some of the changes that we discussed at the council retreat. And if there's any changes that you wish to propose to this, I'd like to go ahead and discuss those today so that staff can go. We have a 2-week turnaround time that we'll need to make some changes, amend it to carry us forward onto the agenda for January 26th to officially adopt the balanced scorecard and keep us on our process for strategic planning as staff then takes that and starts building their budget request and their balanced scorecards as well. So what you see, I will share my screen and we will look at first the proposed balanced scorecard. So on the screen now, you should see the proposed balanced scorecard for fiscal year 2022.
Bigger?
Larger, sure.
Yeah.
How about that?
Thanks.
And the scorecard includes proposed goals, strategic objectives, and key performance indicators. And you see out to the side, we note the actual fiscal year 20 result, what we are estimating that we will land for a FY 21 result. And then we note out here to the side the short-term goal for fiscal year 22, as well as a long-term goal for fiscal year 26. A couple of things worth noting on this proposed balanced scorecard. Council, at the retreat, you may recall, we had a lot of discussion around these 3 strategic objectives. And we have broken them out, as we discussed at the retreat, to manage development to protect village character and enforce codes and ordinances as a separate strategic objective this year. So that is one change to note that we discussed at the retreat, and we have implemented that here. Another change was to the wording for this strategic objective. We now call it support the business community. And if you look down a little bit further, this goal number 5, instead of protect, we've changed the word to preserve at the retreat. Other than that, there was one additional change that staff proposed, and that was to add one more business satisfaction question here. And that is for the percent of businesses satisfied with the overall quality of village services. We felt like that would be an appropriate measure to add to see how we will know if we're supporting the business community. Council, as you've been able to look through this, do you have specific questions or anything that you would like to discuss related to the balanced scorecard?
I do.
Okay.
All the way down at the bottom, financial, number 9.
Yes.
9.1, total general fund balance. And the proposals for fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 26 are just to keep it above 30%, which is a change. Now, we talked about
Yeah, we haven't officially changed.
numbers, we never didn't make a decision, I didn't think.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And
with
the same
Nick.
thing with 9.3, general fund debt service ratio is now, 1.8%, it's probably lower than that as we sit here. Estimated for fiscal year 21, 0.7. But then proposing it to go all the way up to 10%.
Right.
Well,
I can explain that.
10% is $2.1 million in debt service. That's not the principal amount of the debt, that's the interest that we would pay. And I don't remember agreeing to that.
Sure. This is not showing where we project our performance level. These are goals. So they're two different things. We set a goal. So we set the goal specific for 9.3, the debt service ratio, at less than 10%, because the current village policy indicates that we should keep our debt service under 10% of general fund expenditures. So we are going based on that. That level is considered a best practice by the North Carolina Local Government Commission and credit rating agencies. So we leave it on our scorecard as saying, based on those best practices and our policy, we have it as anything less than 10% is a goal. And obviously, right now, we don't project that being up to 10% at all in those future years.
So I think that's really reasonable because we talked about all the many things that we have to have on our plate and all the different kinds of things that we're going to have to do in the way of capital campaigns. And so I think, we can make that less than 5%, maybe, less than 10%, but, it doesn't seem, it's very different from where we are, Jane. Absolutely, I understand that. But in terms of looking at a methodology and the budget landscape, it really seems rational and reasonable to me.
And I kind of jumped the gun too when I said that greater than 30% is a change. It isn't. 30 to 40% is where we're at. I like seeing 30 to 40%.
Yeah.
30% is between 30 and 40%.
I think the subject.
So I jumped the gun, and it's accurate.
I think that the subject is worth some discussion, though, with regard to the total fund balance. Going back to that discussion of these capital requirements that we have in front of us, I think that it might be worth us trying to map that out in the future in terms of those requirements, how they might overlay over the next 5 years, and what it's going to take in the short term and the long term in terms of accrual of fund balance in order to meet those capital goals, if you will.
Yeah, I want to make no mistake.
But we may not be there yet because we need to get through this budgeting process and figure out where things fit.
Right.
Before we can say, okay, in order to make this all work, then our short-term goal is going to need to be this. And then after we've spent some of that money, but we have these other requirements 5 years later, this is what we're going to need to have in 5 years.
Yeah, I know that everybody's not there, but I want you to know I totally bought into Natalie's presentation.
Yeah.
And I absolutely agree with it. And I know that there's some other people will have to figure out how to get there, but I think keeping a 30 to 40% fund balance and everything else going to capital expenditures is a very is where we need to be.
Yeah.
So let me understand, 30 for the total general fund balance, our policy right now is 30 to 40%, not 30%, but 30 to 40. That has not changed, correct?
And that says greater than 30%.
Right.
It's not 30 to 40? I thought it was 30 to 40.
I think we just added that a few
You're
years.
asking about the policy.
That is our policy though, right? 30 to 40? Okay. And,
Yeah,
and,
your
and you're
policy
telling, sorry?
During the retreat,
It
though, we
is
had a
30 to 40.
discussion about, and I don't know that we ever, you all necessarily decided, but I do recall some discussion about maybe it's more appropriate, rather than having an upper limit on our fund balance, recognizing the fact that we have
Let me,
all
okay.
these
but-
capital
but let me-
requirements, it might be
let
better.
me, okay.
Yeah.
But let me just finish my thought here. So 9.1 in those two far right goals, the goal for fiscal year 22 and the long-term goal for fiscal year 26, those two numbers that are there, and the same thing in 9.3, those numbers are not a reflection of what our goal actually is. They're a reflection of our policy because we really haven't set a goal yet, correct?
That is a reflection of a goal that is current to our policy. If the policy changes, we can do an amendment to this goal.
Well, I think we should put an asterisk there because
Yeah.
those are not really the same as, it seems to me, as these other goals. These other goals are based on what we think is going to happen, what we hope is going to happen, what we're going to try to get to. But that's not the case down here. We're just putting those in as sort of placeholders,
Exactly.
right? So I think we should distinguish that we're not aiming for those things, because I dropped my teeth when I saw that.
I think they're
Well,
kind of both. I mean, and I don't disagree that it would be appropriate to have an asterisk there or something, but they kind of really are both, because they're a reflection of what we think of a level or a ratio that's required in order for us to be healthy financially. But getting back to this discussion about long-term term capital requirements, I mean, we might be able to get to the point where we can specify long-term goals that in
Yes,
one
we
or both
might.
these
And
measures
we haven't gotten there
can
yet.
allow us to
And
get
so-
there, yeah.
Right.
So in order to flag for the reader, the fact that these are not something that we have pinned down as what we're aiming for, these are sort of floors
Floors, exactly.
that
That's
are
right.
put in place,
These are
you know,
existing
beyond which we cannot go, but they're not our aspirations in the sense of we're trying to reach these on purpose.
Fair statement. That's a fair statement.
Okay. I'd like to put some kind of a qualifier in about that.
Absolutely.
So then let's talk about 9.2, because here you have a range in the outer years. So I feel like we're mixing metaphors here. So if over 30 is good enough as a bare.
That's my job, Judy, to mix metaphors.
Yep, so it's, I would say it's about, when we look at operating margin, we look to maintain that balance between those numbers. If it is council's desire to contain a fund balance, a general fund balance between only 30 and 40%, or whatever it might be, we could also put a range. But I know historically it's been the desire of council to ensure we have enough fund balance, right?
Well,
So we
yeah.
don't want to necessarily cap it.
Yes.
I can tell you my motivation, because it's always good to know that, is I really enjoyed Natalie's presentation at the last meeting. And I thought if it said 30 to 40%, anything above 40 would go into the capital campaign. So I thought when it said 30 to 40, anything above 40 goes into capital. And it's just it makes it real clear, whereas you're cutting it too close if you take anything above 30, you know? So that was.
Well, I think we need to talk further about.
I know, but I
all this
want
stuff.
to know how my reptilian brain's working, that's all.
Okay, but I think we do need to talk further about all these. And so we've got something in there. If our current policy, and I recollect this, but I could be wrong, it hardly ever happens, but I could be. If our current policy has a range of 30 to 40% for the general fund balance, then I think that's what you go in there, just because, you know, it reflects the policy. But in any event, I think there should be something to explain that that's up for further discussion. And we are going to talk about it in the future. We just haven't done it yet.
Yep, and that's okay. And we have a process where we can amend. We actually, Natalie and I just mentioned this, we probably never amended a corporate balance scorecard KPI, but we have a process where we amend our internal departmental scorecards throughout the year as necessary, as you know, it's necessary. And so we can certainly do that if, you know, if say in a month or two or whenever the policy changes or council's desires change for that, we can put that through an amendment process and change that short-term or long-term goal.
Can I add something else to the conversation? Jane, if you'll think of it like our red, yellow, green stoplights. So right now, the way it's set up, 9.1, is that if fund balance is greater than 30%, we're good. We're in the green light. If you change it to 30 to 40% and we have a 60% fund balance, we would be in the red because we would be above the range that you have set. So it would say, so our system would say we did not meet our goal for fund balance because we were higher than the range. So
I always thought of it as,
yeah.
30, you have to have 30, but 40 is better.
Yeah, so that's why we've always set it at a minimum, because to have a 50% fund balance is not necessarily
Good.
Yeah,
well,
there's, there's a public communication part of this that I think we need to consider as well, and that is that if we describe our goal as being 30 to 40%, and we're sitting at 64%, there might be an inclination by some of the public to say, what are you doing to get it down? Meanwhile, we have all these future capital requirements that we're trying to figure out how to resource.
Right.
which is why we had the discussion about fund balance at the retreat,
Yeah.
because I do think that the 30 to 40% range is okay. My recommendation is that's fine, as long as Kevin pointed out, if you take everything over 40 and put it aside to capital. But, you know, my professional opinion is at a minimum, we should have 30% in fund balance. I think that's a solid number that gives us the operating capital we need, the amount of money we need for an emergency. It's not too much. I don't think it's not too little.
Yeah.
And I wanted us to be at, when I first started up there with our competitive set above 50 and 50, but I think what's happened is while I've been here, I've realized that, you know, you guys are so good at what you do that I'm comfortable with 30 to 40 now that I wasn't comfortable with before. But I still think the 30 to 40 range is a range that for a municipality that has so many capital expenditures in its future, I mean, not an endless supply of capital expenditures. I would be more comfortable with a higher number. I could see in a future date where it goes down to 30. But
Let me ask a question. I hope I can articulate this, because in the retreat, we heard not only of these capital needs, but we hear of all these staffing needs too. And it seemed like at some point, and I'm not sure when it is, March, April, May, we've got to put together the capital needs, the staffing needs, decide what our fund balance needs to be, decide if we need to borrow money. It just seems like there are more pressing needs and pressing and financial pieces to this puzzle than I recall having last year.
Absolutely.
And I'm just wondering, when do we start putting these pieces together?
I hope soon.
Quite a way forward with what do we do with borrowing money? What do we do with fund balance? What do we do with our tax rate? How do we crunch all that, and when do we start seeing this crunching evolve? Does that question make sense?
It's a process, and it's just beginning, and it will take us the next 4 months.
That's what
But
I
I-
heard, yeah.
I do think we answered that question on pretty well on borrowed money and spending capital dollars. Right? I thought we had a really good, robust discussion on that.
We did, and you start realizing, I mean, all the pieces just were laid on the table, especially the staffing needs part of it, and you go, boy, do we have a lot of things we've got to fund, and how do we do it?
Well, I think that, like the library, I think we have decided that that was a lot of borrowed money because not everyone uses it. So it's a borrowed money.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot of
I'm just saying,
open.
I thought that was a very good discussion. That was a discussion I needed to hear.
Yes,
So-
but no decisions were made.
No, but I think all the inputs going into the stuff we're gonna see in the springtime, right?
Yes.
And we'll be able to set all this. I mean,
Yeah.
I think you've either got to think about the wording here, like maybe 9.1 is really minimum general fund balance. And maybe 9.3 is maximum debt service ratio. I think. And
That helps.
Good
I don't
idea.
know- I don't know what
Yeah,
to do
maybe
with
that
this.
gives us more comfort, yeah. But,
Yeah, I mean.
no, I get it. I get it. This is great. For me,
To put minimum at 9.1.
Well, the difference is though, we measure actual, right? So our measurement is, 64% total general fund balance. That's
Right.
our measurement.
Well, then we got to figure out what we put in the final 2 years.
You would just put 30%
Men here.
Yeah.
Well,
Which is
if it
this
falls
big
out of,
difference.
anything that's out of range on the negative side or the positive side, it's gonna be an exception, right, Natalie? It's gonna cause
yeah.
a question,
That's right.
yeah. So and that's okay with me. I mean,
We want that to be flagged.
yeah, whichever way
We
it
can
goes,
flag
it's
this, we
gonna,
can indicate that these two are, we can make a note of some sort, that these are based on minimum or maximum.
Yeah, 9.3 is the max, yeah.
Right,
Mhm.
exactly. Yep, we can do that. That's no problem.
But then why do you have a range for 9.2? I don't understand. Is 81% the minimum?
This is, that's what management uses when we are looking at our
Right.
operating margin. We use that range. We use a high and low range.
Yeah.
When it comes to ensuring that we have kind of a target range in mind for our operating revenues and operating expenditures. And so by ensuring that range, it ensures that we have an appropriate level of funds available for capital purchases and replacement.
Why couldn't you do it on the fund balance? That's what I don't understand. Why couldn't you?
It's another way of doing it. It's another way of doing it. It's another raking light
Okay.
that they shed on it.
Mhm.
But is it 81% your target or 91? I don't understand what you're saying.
So Judy, whenever we do the 5-year financial forecast that we
Yep.
showed you guys at the retreat, as long as that operating margin falls within that range, then we feel that we've got an adequate percentage of our budget spent on capital needs. So we could either be funding capital at too low of a level, so it's almost like we use it for the reversal, we're either, on opposite sides, we're either spending too much or not enough on capital. So that's why that's a range.
Okay, so that's interesting. So then it sounds like that the debt service ratio should be 10 to 20% to float
No,
with your 81 to 91.
You don't want debt service to
over.
go over 10%.
Over
We have
10.
it right now.
No,
Maybe 5 to 10, then if there's a range, but I don't know.
You could set it at 5 to 10, but our policy for the last 20 years has just been to keep it
Under
below.
10.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, just to keep
Still
it
at
below
the,
10.
the 30, 40%, I don't see why that can't be there, but okay.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay?
Jeff Sanborn, what is it that will result over the next 3 months that you've talked about in the process of developing the new budget that will still help to delineate? Can you define that a little bit more? What we'll see with respect
The new
to
budget.
the amount of the budget, amount of expenditures we have, capital expenditures? How do you think
Ultimately,
you
you're
do
going
that?
to see a 5-year plan.
Okay. So it's nothing different than what we've been used to
Right.
seeing?
It's the
I thought
same
maybe you-
process, yeah.
Yeah, I thought maybe you were adding in a different calculation. or
You're gonna have
something.
more capital in it, right?
No.
We need capital, the capital requirements of the different projects, but,
Yeah, I mean, we're wrestling with different problems. We're using the same process to figure out how that sequences over a 5-year period and what necessarily doesn't fit in a 5-year period and will have to be pushed out.
okay.
And that goes with
Or
the
at least in
staffing
terms of our
request as well.
recommendation.
There's
Yeah,
a
in
lot
terms
of
of
analysis that
recommendation,
needs to be
right.
done on the staffing request side than that was just a very preliminary, snapshot of what might be needed in the 5-year plan.
Right.
Okay?
Are there other questions or suggestions to Lauren? Lauren, I have one sort of
Sure.
question here. In your text, on point number 2, on your cover
Yes.
memo, the second line of the first paragraph says, you've identified 6 proposed initiative action plans.
Sure. Yep.
If I go to the initiative action page, you've highlighted, 3 or 4 actually for us? What am I missing in the 4 that I see highlighted versus the 6 in your?
Sure. Those 4 that are red, I think that's
Yep.
what you're referring to, the ones that are on my screen currently.
Right,
Those are aligning to an area of focus. That's
Got
the
it.
only reason they're
Okay.
delineated as red.
back to
But we
that.
wanted to show that we do in fact have 4 initiative action plans that directly align to one of the areas of focus identified.
Great, okay,
But then there are these other 2 that don't necessarily align to an
Yeah.
area of focus on this balanced scorecard, but there are other initiative action plans that were identified.
yeah. So they'll come out in projects and evaluations? Nope,
These are all initiative action plans.
Okay,
There are
they're
6
already there.
initiative
Got
action plans. And then there are many, and like you've seen, there are many other projects
Right.
and evaluations that fall on the list as well.
okay.
Are we talking about initiative action plans now?
That's what I was going to ask. Do we have any other questions on the balanced scorecard? Or are we
Okay.
okay with how the scorecard is currently?
I
But
think
the only thing I had a question about on fire was, do we talk about a 3rd fire station here?
I'm sorry, for the initiative action plans or the balanced scorecard?
Well, as part of the initiative action plan, to begin the pursuit of that 3rd fire station, get the land, whatever.
So it was noted at the retreat, I have a note beside the fire station that the land is in the 5-year period, but that is all.
Okay, should we not show that?
For a land purchase, it's a one-time capital purchase.
You don't-
We
okay.
don't have to have that as an initiative action plan. It would be a project. That's an easy, take care of it type of thing.
Okay, gotcha.
But if it had staffing and yearly budgets, it would have been in there.
Absolutely. Yes. If it's going to be construct a fire station, just like we did constructing the community center, that sort of thing, then we would definitely put that as an initiative action plan at that point.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Hey, Lauren, over on the IAPs under support the business community, and now I understand that this would not be an initiative action, an IAP, is to promote downtown as a destination. We've been talking about doing better marketing and doing a walking tour and getting, and so that, yeah, I can understand. So
Yeah,
that's
we
something
have
I
all of
don't-
those on the project list. Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to lose sight of that, but
Absolutely.
Okay, on the IAPs, number 2, update the Pinehurst Development Ordinance, stretching out for 3 years. I mean, no. We've got, I thought we talked about this, we've got to jump on it and get it done promptly, now.
And we are. Natalie, you may be able to speak to that further, but I know that we are moving forward on that.
And I don't want to hire a consultant to do some long, cumbersome process. I'd rather hire a person who can write it for us straightforwardly. I'm done with all that kind of stuff where we stretch things out forever and we have to play telephone tag, you know what I mean, with it. it just seems like it's expends a whole lot of unnecessary energy and money
So
and time.
I think,
I
Dana,
want to hire somebody in-house to help Darren so that we can write our own. It's not something that we can't do.
so I'm going to take a different tack on that to say, Jane, that everybody here has got a day job. And now you're adding on another day job. And I don't think it's a one-person job, but I think what we need to see is what is the work plan that transcends 3 fiscal years? So that we can understand what's happening next year, and then what's happening the following year, and what kind of progress, what kind of deliverables will there be in the interim, and the manpower to make that happen.
It's realistic. It's realistic, and I think it's so realistic that maybe you could beat it. You know,
Yeah, there is a chance. I'll just give you a little bit of insight into what Darren and I were thinking when we laid it on these 3 months. And Darren and I chatted with Lauren about this a couple of times, trying to decide what was the most appropriate, or what we thought was going to be the most realistic. So the plan is to right now, because your SOP last year included funding for a consultant to do the PDO. So that is what is in our plan right now, is for us to draft the request for proposal. Darren's already started pulling some things together for that.
Jane,
I just,
you're being terribly unfair.
last year, okay, we came on new, and I certainly don't remember approving a consultant for that. If I did, I was lost in the sauce at the time.
I think you volunteered your services.
Well, I did volunteer my services to write it, but or at least I certainly don't remember approving hiring another consulting firm. Oh my goodness. And
How many hours does it take to do this? Because I am so concerned about adding something else to Darren's and planning's workload.
I have been at the village for 2 PDO rewrites, and both of them have had consultants involved, at least in a part of it, and they've both taken 2 years to complete.
That's pretty standard.
And that's pretty standard, yeah.
But I don't know where we
Take the
have the
rewrite of
resources.
PDO.
I don't think we have the resources in planning to do this.
Well, this is why I keep saying we need to hire more people in planning. You've got 7 people for the library you want to hire, and half a person for planning. It just seems totally backwards to me.
But to add to
Another
planning
historical
that already
perspective.
exists.
Excuse, just hang on, Jeff, go ahead.
Another historical perspective, and Natalie referenced the 2 previous PDO rewrites. I wasn't here for the last one, but pretty sure we went to the effort of having consultants go through that process. We spent the time, the energy. They delivered a product that was pretty good, and we sent them packing and said we can do it better ourselves. And the result is the PDO we have right now,
Yeah.
which is terrible.
Yeah.
We had weekly meetings with the village council and Bruce at the time. Weekly meetings that we spent at least 3 hours each week going through section by section of the PDO.
Was that John? John, you were on that?
Well, yeah,
It was
at the end, yes.
Nancy and Clark, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, yes, more the prior, more the 2.
Blair
But
and Doug Lappins. Yeah.
But Jeff, you said the PDO is terrible. I think it's terrible, in my view, with respect to some of the lack of coverage or zoning or whatever that we find now we need to have. I don't know that it was intended to end up that way, but it was a difficult process, and it took, everything took too long. So I'm very much with Jane on this, in the sense that yes, there are some things that we keep talking about that we need to do urgently, and I think there's some way we can do that. internally or to hire an appropriate person, but to work directly for us rather than to be, farming this out. I just am concerned about that, to get that low-hanging fruit idea
Maybe you
back.
could look at it a different way. Maybe you could knock out the important sides of this, the problem areas in 22, and then maybe you won't feel that it will be three years, because you're taking care of the tough part. Is that possible, Natalie and Darren?
I think you guys need to, you owe us a plan, because this is an abstract concept right now.
Yeah.
It makes Jane crazy. I think you need the resources.
I didn't think you noticed.
But I want to see what are going to be the deliverables that you're going to be bringing out of this. And at the end of the day, we all might, get more comfortable with it. And maybe you'll decide that you can pull it in at the end of FY23. But I think we've got to be realistic about what new work anybody who's already working a job and a half can actually add on to it. I mean, Kevin and I were on the Historic Preservation Commission guidelines rewrite. I was their consultant. I was a member of it, but they didn't have anybody to do the writing and the editing of it. And I was the best person. But I mean, without that resource, without some kind of warm body, whether it was me or somebody else, they would have never gotten that done.
And that was 2.5 years.
Yes. So, I mean,
And
these things,
and that was just a small historical, not a PDO. So at that rate, it would have been 6 years for a PDO rewrite. This is real. This is realistic. I think you can beat it. But what I'm seeing is we're going to do it right. We need to do it right.
I just don't want to get out to 2024 and everything's already developed and it all looks like the devil. So
I would say to you, Jane and Darren, I might speak for you, so jump in if you can, but there's nothing that would make our planning staff happier than to get that PDO rewritten. I can promise you that.
Yes.
I still offer my help.
Natalie, finish that sentence. Natalie, finish that thought.
Yeah.
Get it rewritten, but they can't do it themselves.
But they cannot do it themselves.
And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we have a low number of full FTEs. And the reason we have that, and that's when we get consultants on an as-needed basis. And I get really frustrated with people on the outside saying we hire too many consultants, but we don't tell them we have a very low number of FTEs.
Their taxes are low because
Consideration.
I mean, the positive side of looking at a consultant for something like this, and I've used them in the past, is the consultant, Jane's idea of bringing somebody in-house is great. I have more control. I exercise more daily control over that person. The consultant firm generally has a broader range of resources to draw from and experience to create that product. So you're not looking at just one team. You're looking at a broader team that has more experience, that they'll have a landscape architect, they'll have a graphic design person, because we do like to use graphics. And when you see our tree preservation ordinance, you'll understand where I'm going with that. But they just have a broader range to draw from. And frankly, I think they can do it in a quicker fashion if we're looking at doing the whole PDO. And I think we are looking at the whole PDO, including, we have some major aspects to that, like the subdivision regulations, like updating the ESSM, potentially adding stormwater regs in there. It's a large project. And I think for one person to put that on one person internally, I think that works for smaller items, but for the entire code, I have some significant concerns with that.
I think you get the expertise you need in the different areas. If you hire a person that reports to you, it's very easy for you to sidetrack them. And then the value of having a consultant is they have a deliverable that they're marching towards. And it's just much better to divide and conquer.
I like the way you said that. I wish I could write that down, what you said, Darren. They have a broader
Portfolio.
what did you say? How did you say that?
a broader range of experience, a broader range of.
And to me, I was talking about historical, that nobody understands our unique historical circumstances. You know, when we were talking about historical earlier. I think by using consultants with broad knowledge, they likely have run into our unique circumstances, you know? So that's the other side of that coin. I mean, we just need a much more sophisticated PDO.
Oh, God.
Hold on.
Will it take 3 years if we hire a consultant?
Probably, I would anticipate no longer than 2 years, and a lot of that depends on the public engagement process that we have along the way.
What do you mean?
There's, you
What
don't.
do you mean? We're not getting out the Lego blocks. For
No,
the PDO.
you're not doing that, but a product is going to be created. A consultant needs to be guided. Somebody has to guide that consultant. So we have to have some process.
Well, that can be me.
Well,
I think the village council can provide that
You're going to
collectively.
be part of that, Jane. You're going to be part of that because ultimately you're going to be asked to adopt that. So yes, there has to be some involvement by council on some type of interaction. It would be the worst. It would be the worst thing to ask a consultant to produce a product, give it to us, and adopt it. That's not the way it works. There's an iterative process. They listen to us up front. They look at our comp plans. They hear some of the concerns. They draft based on some of their best experiences. We look at it. We provide comments back. That's the iterative process. And we don't lose control of it. We ultimately always have control of that process. Ultimately, you will always be involved in that process.
Yeah,
So Jane, so I'll just clarify the timeline real quick. But as I mentioned, we were talking about, we got off on the consultant, but I'm going to get back to the timeline real quick. So our thought was we would try to get the RFP pulled together before June 30th of this year, issue it, and get proposals in. So council would have a consultant selected this fall. So you're not starting true work on the project probably until a year from now. I mean, it's a calendar year.
Second half of the fiscal year.
Right, second half of the fiscal year. So I think it's going to slightly carry over into FY24. It's not going to be a full FY24, but right now Darren and I are thinking there'll be a slight bump into the first part of that year.
And what great timing, Natalie, because you'll have the small area plan data,
Right,
which
exactly.
is integral to this process. So, I mean, it seems to dovetail perfectly.
Oh,
And just so
man.
people understand too the process. So, today is not to say like set in stone, it's gonna have to roll into 24. Our staff takes your guidance after this. We say, okay, council is okay with this list of initiative action plans, and we're proposing them to occur. And we develop or update, if we already have an initiative action plan workbook that details out a step-by-step, plan to accomplish this. So I think the best thing is that we hear from council today on this, which we've listened, and that we can take that feedback and use that into developing that initiative action plan workbook and the timeline to accomplish those tasks.
And I think one of the things that will also be healthy for us to see is what kind of deliverables there might occur. It's not one big reveal at the end of FY24. There could be things that we put into marketplace well before that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you got to look at that because when you start adopting a code, a PDO or a zoning code, it all has to work in unison together generally. So I'd have to look at that, Judy.
Yeah, I think I would encourage you to do that, Darren, because to the extent there's low-hanging fruit of little things that are making everybody crazy, let's get those and knock them out.
Subdivision regs. Yeah.
Subdivision, whatever, there might be some places that you can isolate, and that way you show progress, and you're also telegraphing to people how things are going to change.
Almost every single application that's went its way through the planning and zoning board and up to council we've all had to look at it and shake our heads and say, well, gee, we've got a lot of concerns and questions about this, but there's nothing we can do because it's not in our PDO. Those are we've got to, and public comes in and they're upset and they've got concerns about these applications too.
Hey,
And our hands are tied because our PDO is so threadbare.
we've done some pretty good work, too, together.
Who's done some pretty good work?
We
What are you
have.
talking?
We
Who's
have,
we?
us, this council. Well, we've done some pretty good work, getting good outcomes.
Well, I think,
There's
I think we're being
applications
challenged,
that we
we're
could
being
have.
challenged a lot, and we had that as recently as tonight.
But I'll tell you, and an application that comes before us is an opportunity for us to see our PDO in action. And our PDO is pretty poor.
But wait a minute, I'm hearing that Darren and Natalie are saying they're going to come to us with a plan to to make it better, right?
Yeah, and I'm just trying to say,
But Darren, a few months ago, well, not even
The
a few,
timing is
like
so-
November, December, I think you and I had a discussion, I think Jane was involved, maybe Lydia, about what are some of the changes that could be more easily executed in the PDO to cover some of these deficiencies we now know exist and that we're trying to avoid into the near future. So I think you have a list of some things that we might be able to do as a council and a staff more urgently and more quickly than a complete rewrite of the PDO. And in fact, remind me one thing, weren't you, you're trained in code writing, correct? I mean, that's one of the things that you have had some expertise in?
I've written a number of codes in my life, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
But
On this subject of, I come back to the low-hanging fruit idea. Do we have a kind of report or summary of those? I think council members have suggested some of these things over time. Do we have anything that we can be dealing with more urgently while the broader project comes along?
we have various lists, but the one, some of this low-hanging fruit is not getting at some of the more major pressing issues that that Jane has been talking about. A lot of what we've been talking about revolves around those subdivision regulations. The subdivision regulations are not low-hanging fruit. It is a complex set of rules that are going to take longer to work on. It's not just changing one thing about those subdivision regs. Now, if we start looking at quality of development, things that we've all looked at, do we need to add additional architectural design? And I think we're working on that. I think the form-based codes and the small area plans are going to take care of a lot of what we want. I think those small area plans are going to give us a really good basis for that. But we still have areas like 211. We have areas like the hospital district. We have areas and a couple other like the downtown, the central core, where we don't have a lot of coverage with the PDO. So
Can I
that's
offer
where
a couple of,
Jeff?
just a couple of examples? How long have we been working on tree preservation?
Since before I got here.
Okay. How long did it take us, or how long will it take us to work through corridor standards in partnership with Southern Pines and Aberdeen?
Well, I'm hoping to get a ordinance out here. We have some basic for an ordinance, but we haven't actually drafted one yet because we've been working on tree preservation.
And I'm not trying to poke you, Darren. I mean, the point is,
I'm guilty.
both of those topics, if you just looked at it, you read the one sentence blurb, you would think that was low-hanging fruit. The reality is very little of this stuff is low-hanging. It takes a lot of hard work.
The Tri-City corridor standards, you're trying to deal with two other towns, and they have their own set of standards, and everybody, so that's one issue. And what was the other one? Oh, the tree conservation. Well, the tree conservation just kind of sat there for a long time and didn't get worked on till Darren picked it up and started working on it. So
Jane, that they've got day jobs that are running applications and running a business for us.
They have
And
full-time
now you
jobs.
layer on trees, you layer on the corridors. They can't get to everything and they can't get to the PDO. There's just not enough bandwidth. If you don't dedicate some resource to it, it will not happen.
Right.
Yeah, we could hire somebody, sure.
Yeah.
But now they'll have limited expertise. They aren't going to have the breadth that,
Won't have the products.
They're coming in green.
Well, I think the idea is if someone was to be hired, no, it wouldn't, we would hopefully not be someone who's green. It would be someone with some experience in that area. That's the point.
that person isn't going to come to work here.
I think after we're done with this process, we're not going to have to redo it as frequently as we have to redo it. I think we got a solid foundation. And I'm going to take Darren in the points. I'm saying you're going to beat 3 years. I'm going to make a Vegas bet on Darren in the points.
Hey, Darren,
He's
have
going
you
to cover
talked?
the under. He's going to get the under.
You think the ocean
I'll
force-
split the money with you, Darren.
The ocean
Split
force.
the cash.
Go for it.
Well,
Hey,
what's the next
Darren,
step here? Natalie,
you
what's the
spoken-
next, what are you going to come back to us with on this whole issue of the PDO? You're going to come back with a plan for the next, from now to the next 3 years. Is that right?
Yeah, so what I was gonna say is at your retreat, you talked about, and I believe it was the retreat, Lauren, correct me if I'm wrong, but we talked about some of these amendments that we could get done and not have to wait until the PDO rewrite's done. I think Judy and Jane, many of us have talked about that before. So Darren and I, when we got back from the holidays, however, focused on your next two agenda items first, because we thought those were important. And so then we moved next, maybe the next work session or 2 work sessions from now, we'll talk about, we can pull out that list of PDO amendments, because there are, I think there are things that we could get going on once we get another planner hired, but we don't have that person here. And
it's not been
and so-
easy.
Now, you're talking directly about the transportation, a person with transportation planning background that would obviously do other things too. It's been a
Right.
difficult
Another
search from what
one
Jeff
body.
has said. All right.
Right.
Darren,
So-
have you ever spoken to like Deborah and Swinger up at the county? Because they do, chip away at theirs. And they come in, quarterly to the Board of Commissioners with a list of, sometimes it's quite lengthy. I don't know if you follow their agendas, but of text amendments. Have you ever talked to her about how she does it? Or
I have,
anything?
And I thought,
I haven't. And what they did there is they just adopted a broad new ordinance a few years ago. And what they're doing is they're coming in and doing some of those maintenance updates based on a comprehensive update. I did the same thing in Oshkosh. We did a comprehensive update to a 1997 ordinance, rewrote the whole thing. But what happens as you start administering it, you start to see areas that you missed. That's what they're doing. They're improving. My understanding, based on my conversation, is they're updating those areas. See, I think we're at the step where I was, or maybe where the county was. We need a kind of a comprehensive update. Once we do that comprehensive update, that doesn't mean that things stop. We are going to find holes in it. We're going to find things that we overthought about or underthought about and are going to have to fix. And that's the nature of the beast. We are going to do that. But I think, we just have to get at the point of doing that comprehensive update. And as Jeff said, I've been working on that tree preservation ordinance for a while. I'm almost there, but every time I get to a planning and zoning board meeting, something else comes up and it's like, oh, we didn't think about that. So that's just one little ordinance. We are almost there. I'm almost promising you that we might see a public hearing on it next month. So,
right.
So it takes a long time to develop an ordinance, and as innocuous as a tree preservation ordinance is, when you start looking at design standards, subdivision standards, and that whole thing, it becomes more complicated. We're dealing essentially with a zoning ordinance that you had almost from the beginning of the incorporation. And it was fine when this was a smaller community, but it is larger. It has more complex problems. It has more complex needs. And we just need to, I think we need to recognize that, and a comprehensive update will help us get there. I personally
Hey,
do.
Darren, quick question. You had said we were going to do a UDO instead of a PDO. Does that make a difference in terms of the resources that we?
No, we
Okay.
have UDO because we have some of our design standards included. We're gonna bring in the engineering standards. If you haven't looked at the ESSM, that needs to be improved. It really does. A lot of issues that we have with our subdivision regs when we're coming through and we're having that discussion at the council level, a lot of it relates to the ESSM and some of those rules. We need to collapse those two into one document and just make it better. It just needs to be.
You're answering my question. Not only is it PDO, but it's ESSM, and we're going to bring both of those together to have one document. Okay.
You could have stormwater in there. You'd have your floodplain regulations in there. I gotta think of some of the other ones.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just very concerned that, on two things. First, I want to make sure that we do a comprehensive that we create a comprehensive expert document. But I remain concerned that it's taking so long, we're going to be picked off again numerous times over the next 3 months, 2 years, pick a time frame. And we just can't afford to do that. The public does not want that. They're looking for some of these loopholes to be closed. And it just is very grating to all of us, to you, to the staff, to have to think about this going on over a long period of time. And I'm just trying to find a way to deal with some of the important issues, whether they're low-hanging or not. Jeff, I didn't mean to overuse that phrase, but to deal with this. And it seems like we've talked about this. We've talked about the idea of having a quarterly, text amendment change. I thought we agreed to start to do that.
Yep, that
as a
is on
planning
our
retreat.
open list as a project.
Okay, so maybe that will help us along, but we just can't continue to have these applications like the last two we've had and try to fight around people that are trying to take advantage of the village, and we're not doing our job. And I just worry about that very much.
Plan for that area, John.
Excuse me?
We're gonna have one for downtown, and we could do 3 more small area plans, maybe to cover ourselves.
Yeah.
In this time frame. That might be the way to handle this.
Well, yeah, but
Until it gets into the PDO, it doesn't mean anything, right?
Yeah.
but I like the idea of doing things in-house. And so, to find somebody to hire as to.
In-house.
Yeah, to create, to add a resource to the planning department that would help to do this. Because we have a lot of needs, and this person, along with the transportation planner, could help resolve those needs and do other things for the department over time.
I mean, I think you guys.
We already needed those people. You're talking about, that's 5 to 10 more people you're gonna have to hire if you want to do all this in-house.
I don't think so. But anyway.
Let's find out what your timeline is and.
I agree that that's the next step. I look forward to that.
Can't move on the quarterly text amendments.
Lauren, when will we be hearing then about the text amendment plan, the quarterly text amendment plan, as Judy just described? Is that something we're going to hear from you about when? As a part of the SOP?
Natalie was saying in February, right?
Yeah, I was thinking Darren and I, like I said, after that, we just talked about that at the retreat. So when we got back from the holidays, we focused on your next 2 agenda items. So he and I can focus on that in the next couple of weeks and hopefully come to you in a work session in February.
Okay.
And I still am very willing to help in any way I can. I'm happy to.
And I think we should take advantage of that.
Research, I'm happy to
You'll have
edit, I'm happy, any of that stuff. Or just criticize and harp, I could do that too.
Judy wants to put you on the payroll.
Yeah. You'll have to recuse yourself, though, when it comes to a vote, because you were too involved.
Judy,
All
I
right,
couldn't.
council, I want to make sure that we have an understanding of what initiative action plans are being proposed so that staff can move forward in the development of our strategic operating plan. So, of course, I'm not asking for approval or a vote tonight on that this is what we're doing, but is there any
one more
of a question on these? Yes, Jane.
I do, sorry. Number 6, I think don't we still want at this moment in time to be consider expand/enhance library services? I mean, that's technically where we are.
You're right, but this is the 5-year plan for the next 5 years. I think the assumption is you're going to answer that question this year.
We will answer that question, but we haven't answered it yet.
Right, but this is the 5-year plan that starts in June.
That's right,
So
July.
if ultimately you say we're not going to do this, then that IAP goes away.
It comes off the books.
Well, again, then do we put an asterisk to indicate that this has not yet been decided to do? Because we're definitely
This
updating
isn't
the
going in a document
development
until
ordinance.
June, Jane.
Right. This is just to give us guidance as a staff so that we know if it is a green light to move forward with this, we will develop an initiative action plan to move forward with this and incorporate it into the strategic operating plan, which you all will ultimately see and approve and all of that.
Okay.
So Jeff, you're saying that whatever decisions we might make in the next 6 months may change the wording of this particular plan that takes effect July 1st?
Certainly,
Yeah.
as I think Lauren tried to describe, this
Right.
is just a first touch point.
Yep.
I would expect that you're going to see some modification to several pieces of this,
Yeah.
whether it's timing or
Yeah.
wording over the next 5 months.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Good.
This is a
Okay.
this is a good starting point. So
Okay.
I get it.
Yeah, now, do you want to come back to us? You're going to move forward, Lauren. Excuse me, Judy, go right ahead.
Can Jeff Sanborn talk more into the microphone when he speaks? He's a little soft, for me anyway.
It's muffled.
Is that addressed to me or to Jeff?
Jeff Sanborn.
Okay, I
I'm
think,
sorry, Judy, I couldn't understand what you said.
speak closer. You needed to speak closer to the microphone so it would be picked up and heard well by
I'll do it if
everybody
you
on the
will,
other side. The last comments you made, why don't you repeat the last comments you made about the 5-month, where we'll end up on this, because that's what was, speak right into the microphone, hear the echo.
She was saying she couldn't understand what I said.
Yes.
That's comic.
Something wrong with your mic.
What I was calling attention to was the fact that, as Lauren described, this is the first touch point. And in reality, I think what you're going to see is over the next 5 months, as we develop this 5-year plan, we're going to come back to you with some probably relatively minor, but minor modifications to some or all of this, whether it be the timing that's laid out on this document or the wording of these initiative action plans. We might even suggest we add an initiative action plan. But the point is, this is just a first step, and it's a draft. What we're asking from you right now is, are we headed in the right direction so that we can develop this plan and try to figure out what works?
Okay. Good discussion. More to happen. We look forward to your next presentation, Lauren, Natalie.
Okay, great. I will bring
Good.
forward all of this information to your regular meeting, the second regular meeting of January, for you to consider a vote. Specifically voting on the corporate balance scorecard.
Yep.
And it's not voting on the initiative action plans. We just, again, it's more of a guidance regarding initiative action plans to feed into our strategic planning process.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you all for your discussion today. This is very helpful.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 3 in the work session, which is key partners and collaborators. I've talked to some of you, but not all, and I would not need to spend too much time on this tonight, but what I'd like to do is if any of the council members want to make any changes or recommend the change of the sort of follow-up and functions you're working on, send me a message and we'll work on that.
Well, I noticed the spreadsheet, there was something wrong. It had,
Yeah,
I didn't mind being Pinehurst Business Partners, but it's supposed to
we
be
changed
Lydia,
that.
not me.
yeah,
And
there
I
was,
was on there. I thought the last time I looked at this, I was on there, but yes, I'm Pinehurst Business
That's
Partner.
supposed to be Lydia.
Yeah, so that was wrong.
And it
That's the only
should
thing I
be,
saw
Well,
wrong.
we made some changes in business partners
No, wait.
halfway through.
I'm not Pinehurst Business Partners, I'm CVB.
CVB, right.
Oh,
So I haven't been on Pinehurst Business Partners.
No. All right, I'll look at that and make
I'll
some.
be happy. I mean, I am a business in downtown, but
I thought
Are you?
that was Lydia and Jane.
I thought it was Lydia and Jane.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they were meeting with
I've
them.
been going to the meetings.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll look this through. There's
There's
there's an error on that, so I'll look that through
All
and
my other
get back.
stuff's still there. But I just didn't know if that was a conscious change that Lydia didn't want to do.
No, that
anything.
was,
No,
no,
no.
yeah. So
Thanks,
I'll look
Kevin.
through that, and I see there are some incorrect things here that we've instructed.
I didn't
Beth
see
will.
anything else incorrect, but
Yeah, okay. I'll look this over and be in touch with everybody, and we'll go on from there. We may want to add a connection to the Chamber of Commerce, and
Okay.
we'll see how that comes along. Okay, so if you agree, I'll just come back to you on that. You all have the report, and I'll try to make any corrections and then changes as we need them.
Okay.
Thanks.
Looking at item number 4 then, comprehensive plan adoption amendment and implementation policy. Jeff?
During the strategic retreat, I suggested to you that we would be coming back to you in January with a suggestion, or at least a start point for discussion on a policy that would facilitate implementation of the language that's in the comprehensive plan that allows for update of that comprehensive plan. And this is that draft document that Darren provided to you is intended to be kind of the conversation starter on such a policy. So Darren?
Yeah, thank you. And this is really the starting point. We were really starting from nowhere. We didn't really have a policy on it. We have a reference in the comp plan, page 242, talks about updating the plan, but what we don't have at this point is any systematic or structured process to just kind of talk about amending the plan and trying to keep it fresh. The point is trying to come up with some type of loose system or a set of guidelines that will kind of guide us as we move forward with amending the comprehensive plan. It doesn't require us to amend the comprehensive plan. It sets up a process for us to do that. So it sets up some touch points. It sets up some intervals for us to follow. And I'm going to try and go over my screen here. Give me a moment. I got to find it. Oh, and I can't see that. I hope you can see it. So this is the policy that we developed. Natalie and I worked on it. And when I started to look at the policy, there's not a lot of models to work off locally. I had to go, when I was starting to look at how other communities handled comp plan updates, I went out to kind of the West Coast, and Washington and Oregon have some of the strongest comprehensive planning laws in the country when it comes to comprehensive planning. So I looked at how they handled some of their processes. They're more rigid in a lot of ways. Those states out there only allow you to like consider comprehensive plan amendments like once a year. We're not at that point, but they do have criteria. They do have standards. So that was kind of what I looked at to get a little bit of inspiration. So the purpose of the plan of this policy is to define the systematic and transparent process by which the council can adopt and amend the comp plan. Again, it's not required that you do it. You're not required to amend it, but this just sets up that systematic way to try and address that. Policy, we don't really need to talk about policy unless somebody wants to talk about the policy, but it's really the procedures. The procedures really set up those three to four touch points where we're actually going to pull up that comprehensive plan and look at it. That does not mean that we can't look at amendments at any time. But what this sets up is a process to do that. So you start with a comprehensive plan update. That's that major update that we're going to work on approximately every 8 to 10 years. That's where we look at that whole document and we update it based on what the changed existing conditions might be in the community at that time.
That's a comprehensive rewrite.
That is the comprehensive rewrite. We just went through that process. Guess what? It takes about 18 months to 2 years, similar to a PDO update. So it does take a while to do, but that is the comprehensive update. That's what gets us to where we are now. Then you go to the next line, this biennial review. This is what was contemplated in the comp plan on page 242. That's every 2 years, in an odd number year, the village council will review the comprehensive plan for any discrepancies between significant plan components and existing conditions to determine if an amendment is needed. And then we put in some kind of, I don't know, standards. We put in some of the things you might want to look at every 2 years. The vision statement. Does the vision statement needs to change? Does the guiding principles or the definitions need to change? Do the top 10 strategic opportunities need to change? Do we need to change something about the conservation growth map and the land use descriptions? And do we need to change those boundaries? So we thought those were significant enough that those are things that you might want to look at. And those are things that really you're going to want to engage the public on. So that sets it up for, again, every 2 years, and this would be the second year. So we'd have to start that process this year to try and get that accomplished before November. This one, the annual implementation updates. This is what I think makes our comprehensive plan stand out better than a lot of the ones that I've dealt with in the past. And that every year you look at the implementation matrix and you make changes. You look at where we are. We have that long wolfy list that seems to be pointed at this department a lot. That it's heavy over here, but what it does is it keeps the plan relevant. It keeps the discussion. We budget to those prioritization strategies. We move them up. We're planning on moving that PDO update up. So every year we're looking at that comprehensive plan and looking at the implementation matrix, and we're making changes to it. That keeps it fresh. That keeps it relevant, and I think that makes it really stand out from a lot of the other comprehensive plans, and what makes should make our comprehensive plan really implementable. And then we have the other updates. You can do an update at any other time. You can update the comprehensive plan whenever you want. But what we thought we'd do is we'd say, all right, so other updates. The village council may also consider comprehensive plan updates outside of the regularly scheduled. So anytime when the following triggering events occur. And this was, again, try and create some type of expectation when this would occur. Again, it can happen at any other time, but I was trying to lay out some of those events when you might want to do that. Changes in legal or regulatory requirements, related plans adopted by the council, including but not limited to, you got small area plans. We might want to update the comp plan based on that. Neighborhood plans, hazard mitigation plans, transportation plans, housing plans, recreation plans, stormwater plans. Those are all things that we might want to look at. Significant market changes or new information that creates a demonstrated need to adjust the plan. Yes, that's very flexible. I intended it to be that way because I don't know what other information might be out there. And then creation potentially of a previously non-existent land use category. So if you look at our conservation and growth map, we have different types of land use categories. What this would say is if we have to create a different land use category, that's gonna require us to amend the comp plan, and that might just come out of these 2 small area plans that we're working on right now. What else we got here? The village, and this really gets into the process. It really, what we need to do is, and because it's amendment, because we have to do an ordinance amendment, there has to be some form of public engagement. We have to have a public hearing. Now, based on what type of amendment might be being brought forward, we might want more significant engagement than others. If we're going to do some type of, so if we're dealing with the ETJ and, wanting to do some type of significant changes on that ETJ, that's something where you're going to want to have more significant engagement. But that engagement process, we're going to spell it out when we start to move forward with actually making those changes. The village council may hold 1 or more public hearings, and we put here, if a proposed amendment affects any of the following items a more extensive public engagement process will be conducted to obtain broad community input. And again, these are some of those major parts of the document: the vision statement, the guiding principles, the strategic opportunities, the conservation and growth map, and the focus area boundaries. We thought those were very significant, that you're going to want to hear from more of the public in that regard. And then we kind of, because we thought that you should maybe have some type of criteria to evaluate these ordinance amendments on, we came up kind of with a list of criteria that you can use when you're looking at some of these amendments. So it's a long list. Extent to which the amendment aids to promote, enhance, and sustain the quality of life. Extent to which the existing comprehensive plans are still relevant given existing market, economic, and demographic conditions. This is an important one. It's always an important one for y'all. Compatibility with neighboring land uses and surrounding neighborhoods. Impact on regulations, and this is an important one to me. Impact on regulations contained in regulatory documents, including but not limited to the PDO and ESSM. Every time we make a change that might impact that, that's significant to us because a lot of times we have to rewrite an ordinance. Impact on the annual SOP, that's very important to you all. Extent to which demographic and socioeconomic changes have occurred or are projected to occur. We might have, there's significant population growth. Population growth may go either way, that we have to change or potentially change our comprehensive plan. Ability of the village to provide other services. So if we're asking to change something on that, say that focus area map, we have to look at what extent it's gonna impact service providers like schools, like the water or sewer purveyors, to provide adequate public services and facilities. And lastly, the anticipated environmental impact. Again, these are criteria that, we looked at how others handled it, and we just thought having some type of criteria to evaluate these amendments by would be a good thing for you. So then after evaluating amendments by this criteria, the village council may adopt an ordinance to amend the comprehensive plan. So that's in a nutshell kind of what, we decided to put it on the table, or what we drafted and decided to put out before you. I know, Jane, you had a markup, and in general, I think your comments are pretty good, and I think they add some flexibility that I didn't have originally incorporated into the policies. But it's your policy. It's the council's policy, and we felt that we should give you our best shot at developing it. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you guys for discussion.
Okay, Darren, I might ask, since you put this together, and maybe this is for Darren and Natalie and Jeff, are there any other changes to this that occurred to you since you finished it last week to get something out to us? Is there any other markups or changes you want to make?
Not since I read Jane's.
Sorry?
So I got to look and see. I haven't really evaluated. The only comments that we've gotten thus far, and of course, are from Jane. So I haven't evaluated since we got those comments in, nor from any.
Just push accept all. It'll be fine.
Right, and I think I've read over those, and I think there's a lot of value to most of those changes Jane recommended. Jeff, did you have something you wanted to say there? Yeah,
there may be other things as well.
Right.
As Darren said, this is starting from zero. We had nothing to base this off of. So I'm sure we're going to learn more as we continue to contemplate this question. But I'll go back to the original way I characterized this. The intent or the desire here is to have an implementing document that tells us how to carry out what's prescribed in the comp plan, which is this periodic update process. And I think that there are some more details that we could flesh out in this document with regard, for example, with regard to, for the more significant types of changes and this notion of increased public involvement. Well, what might those be, or might there be different levels for different types of contemplated changes, so that we don't wind up, every time we do it, doing it different in having these lengthy discussions about what's appropriate, because we would have already had that all hashed out. There's a framework, it's a system, it's something that we rely on. One of the great things that we learned from our Baldrige experience is that systematic things are very powerful. The catch can and do things on the fly can get you to success, but you can't really achieve true excellence until you have systematic processes that are embedded into everything you do, and I think that applies here as well.
Can I add just one thing? And I didn't share this screen, and I just wanted to share it to you because it's kind of visual on this process. Let's see if it works. So this is kind of what, when we looked at kind of how it would look in practice with having a biennial review. So you start over here on the left, where this is where we did that comprehensive update. It started around January 2018, and we adopted it, was it October or November 2019. So this was that comprehensive update process. Now we go into this whole implementation stage. And as part of that implementation stage, we build in those odd number years, November 2021, November 2023, November 2025, the biennial review potentiality. So we put it on, it gets scheduled that we're going to look at it. Again, we don't have to do anything, but it gets into our schedule that we should be looking at it and questioning where we are. Do we need to make any changes? Well, those kind of discussions, all leading up to that next time frame where we're going to do the comprehensive update again. So this kind of lays out that rubric to how that's going to be handled. So I forgot to get that in there. Natalie and I worked hard on doing this. I felt I needed to show you that. So I'll turn it back over.
I think it's terrific. Yep.
What kind of staff time is this going to require? Staff resources?
Well, really looking at it doesn't require a lot of staff resources. It's actually rewriting the policies, redoing things, redoing that take the staff time. And until, we know what you're actually looking at, I don't know how much staff time it's going to take. Jane's got a lot of staff time locked up in some of those changes that I've seen you working on. So, some of that stuff might be more extensive, but I'm being lighted, but it just, we don't know until we actually get into it. I will tell you that the comprehensive update, when we get to that stage, that will take a lot of staff time, but that's 8 to 10 years away. And so that's a ways off.
But if you get into this cadence of a biennial review, you'll be even better prepared for that comprehensive update. So
Yeah.
I think that, I think you're absolutely right, Jeff. The systematic approach will make a huge difference to this and make it be a real living document.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It's got to be done.
I think, and I don't know if anybody had an opportunity to read what I wrote, and I wrote a sort of a long email, and then I had my markup. And I think we need to be able to amend the comprehensive plan as we go along, and saying, let's make sure that we take a look at the darn thing every couple of years and don't let it get away from us is a good idea. And I think it's a good idea to have some checklists of things that we can, some criteria that so we don't miss something. Also a good idea. But number one, I don't want us to paint ourselves into a corner where we can't do it more often than 2 years. Number two, I don't want to have a process that's so cumbersome that we can't do it when we have to. And I think the name of the game is flexibility, letting us guide it, not it pinning us down. A comprehensive plan, in the words of the statute, is advisory. It's advisory only, and it has no independent regulatory authority. So the comp plan is not supposed to lock us down at all. And I don't think it's true. I mean, if we look at this list of things that are the most important things about the plan, and, you know, we're not going to sit there and amend the vision statement for crying out loud. What's going to happen is either people are going to come in with applications for a rezone, and a rezoning application isn't, if you say, well, they want to change this piece of land from one kind of commercial to a different kind of commercial, and it's not in the plan that way, so therefore it's not in compliance with the plan, but we're going to let them do it anyway. That is an automatic amendment to the plan. Well, we're not going to get out the Lego box and the colored string for that. We're not going to do a charrette. And we should be able to make other kinds of changes without going through some kind of elaborate, ponderous process that takes forever. There's got to be, under the statutory scheme, a public hearing. It's going to go through P&Z, and it's going to go to us, so there's going to be 2 public hearings, actually. And that's what public hearings are for, is to engage the public, to have all of us sitting there, and all of them have an opportunity to come in, and a record is made, and they're told in advance, this is what we're going to be talking about, and they get to come in, they get to say what they think. That's what a public hearing is for. We don't have to have a whole bunch of other stuff. We're never going to get anything done if we don't. So and then just as an aside on some of the timing, if we do a rewrite, major rewrite every 8 to 10 years, and we happen to get lucky and finish it in year 9, then the the biennial update is going to be in an odd number year. So I took out the even numbered year and odd numbered year, and because that can change. But the main thing is, I switched the language to say, we have to do it this way, to we can do it this way. That was my main change.
So,
And I did it because the comprehensive plan is policy. And our job, council's job, is to be able to make policy and change policy in the moment as things happen. That's what we were elected to do. And if we tie ourselves up with some kind of, it takes 2 years, or we have to hire a consultant, or it's some kind of an elaborate thing then we can't do our jobs. So that's why I made the changes I did. And that's all I know.
well, maybe if you were sharing what you've done, we could all mark up that and send that to.
I did, Judy. I emailed it already. I emailed it on Sunday.
Okay, I'll go look for it.
And I was going to recommend that since, as Jeff and Darren have explained, and Natalie, this was an effort to get something to us. I thought it was a great effort to do. I think the commentary in Jane's email, which is just summarized, and also the changes are quite good and reasonable. And so I think maybe the idea here is to let's everybody look at that, and we can bring this back to the next work session and see what product we have at that point. And I think that's the way we would progress this idea along. But this is a very helpful process, or to have this policy put into effect.
It's a good idea in general. Yep.
Lydia, did you have a question there? I'm sorry, I was looking at you and I thought maybe you had a question. No?
Oh, no, I was just looking for Jane's email. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, no, it's there, and I did happen to see it. I did have a chance to read
On
it before the
Sunday,
meeting.
yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Kevin, did you have a comment there?
You're on mute, Kevin.
Kevin, you look like you're leaning back in your chair, very relaxed at this point.
Chair, I'm about to take a hand it sounds like you could change it anytime you want, as often as you want. It sounds the farthest from a system than you could possibly get.
I don't think, that wasn't my impression, but I can understand how
Okay.
you, take a read
Well,
of
that's
it.
just what I heard. It sounded like it went from doing something systemized to a sole proprietorship. You know, you could just change anytime you wanted and as often as you wanted.
Well, why don't you read it and see
No,
what you think?
take a
Yeah,
look at
that's
it.
me.
I think it's different. than that.
I mean, as you described it, it sounded like massive change all the time. Yeah.
Well,
Mm.
see what you think.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
But- So why don't we take a look at it, bring it back to the next meeting, and after you've had a chance, everybody, to read that, and you'll have comments and maybe changes of your own. I hope you do. That'd be fine. Natalie, I didn't mean to not have your comment here. Did you wish to say a word? Okay, fine.
No, I think Darren covered it well.
Okay, good. Good feedback. We'll meet again on this in 2 weeks. All right, Jeff, we'll move on to the moratorium for small area plan.
That's right.
Over to you again.
And Darren's got this one as well.
We got
I
all the
think we're a little
players,
bit closer to
we got all the players lined up.
on this one.
Okay.
Natalie, are you gonna intro me on this one?
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
do it
okay.
if I can. I'm gonna give a little bit
All right.
a little bit of info background before Darren actually starts kind of going through the moratorium. But as you recall in your strategic planning retreat, we talked about this as a potential way to address incompatible development while we are trying to figure out new zoning potentially for those small area plan areas. And so what we've done here is Darren and I have worked together on a draft moratorium ordinance. So should you decide that you want to walk down that road, this is an ordinance that that would be one that we would suggest you start with. And a little bit of background, we've done moratoriums here at the village before. We did one, Jeff Batten was actually reminding me, I think back in the day when you could be able to do it for residential, we did one for residential development. But more recently, when we developed the new core master plan, we had a moratorium in place in new core, I think that lasted from 2004. I think it was like December of 2004 all the way to 07. So it was about a 2.5 year moratorium in new core. The statutes have been updated. We provided those statutes in there. 160D 107 is what now governs moratoriums. Local governments, of course, had the ability to enforce moratoriums before 160D went into effect January 1, but you can read all that stuff there in the memos that both Darren and I worked on for you. I do want to tell you that the last time we implemented the moratorium, it did work well for us. There is the benefit, one, of making sure that no development's coming through that is inconsistent with the vision, especially while the vision's still being clarified. There is a vision for those areas in the comp plan, but Darren's small area plans, those could be tweaked or modified a little bit. Pinehurst South might not be the innovation hub that it was thought to be in the comp plan. It could be that plan, changes that a little differently. So, so we've got, we've kind of got that vision that we have from the comp plan. We're trying to affirm it right now, and we're trying to make sure we get the standards put in place. You'll see a couple of things in there, and Darren probably will go through this in detail, but there are some projects that are in the works right now that I think you need to be aware of that would be impacted by this, and I think it's important to talk through those. But I guess I'll let Darren go ahead and just walk you through the ordinance, or if you've had a chance to read it and have any other questions, you can just go to questions. But Mike Newman has looked at it and agrees it complies with the statutes.
Yeah, I'm going to walk you through a little bit. I'm going to show you a map. And really building on what Natalie said is What the moratorium allows us to do is pause development to allow our codes and ordinances to catch up to the comp plan, to our recently adopted comp plan. Right now, there's kind of a disconnect between, not kind of, there is a disconnect between our existing development ordinance being our zoning, our PDO, and our comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan is what we have to administer. You know, we've heard this, somebody comes in, we have to judge them, unless we're doing a legislative zoning change, we have to judge them and permit based on what's in that ordinance. Well, that ordinance and our comp plan visions are not syncing up. And where we're really concerned, especially in why we're proposing a moratorium and why we're going forward with the small area planning, is because the two areas that we're looking at they're very special areas of this community, and we have a lot of growth pressure happening where we're on the cusp, or we've had some growth pressure in those areas. And what we don't want to see is, because we're going to be living with this development for the next 100 years or so, we want to make sure that anything that gets developed in there is congruous with our comprehensive plan philosophies. So I'm going to go to the map, and the interactive map that we created, which is really cool. Justin created it. I'm so impressed. Here it goes. So if you can see it, here's that overall map that shows the two moratorium areas. And when you look at the boundaries of the areas, that black line that you see around them, that's the moratorium area that we would be proposing. It's in the exhibit as part of your Novus package here. But it's in unison, or it's in the same thing as the focus areas as they're laid out in the comprehensive plan. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit here to my mouse is a little bit tricky. All right, so this is focus area 2. This is basically the Pinehurst South area. So the boundaries that we're proposing take in the entire focus area. This map is the existing zoning map. And what you can see is the existing zoning map. There is a number of different zoning districts in there. And there's a number of zoning districts that don't, from our perspective, from a development perspective, don't meet the intent of the comp plan in that area. So you've got the NC, which is the neighborhood commercial district, which doesn't really have any design standards. And then you have the OP and allows some uses that we might not like. And then we have the OP, which is the office and professional, that also has, no design standards and has some of those uses that we might not want to see for that area. So you can see it in the area here. Let me turn off. So that's the zoning map. And you can see there's some split zone parcels. I'm going to turn off the zoning, and I'm going to turn on the light. What is this? Focus area 2, right? Yes. Right here. So this kind of shows that there is kind of a hodgepodge of different uses in this particular area. And one of the reasons why we're developing a small area plan is we have a number of older uses in there. We have a number of vacant uses. Let me turn this off. Sorry, I'm trying to show. So we have a number of different uses in there. And I turned it off. Oh, there it is. So so you can kind of see in the area where we have, why we think it's kind of important is this parcel layer is relatively up to date. So you can see a lot of the building envelopes in here. But why we think it's important that we come up with, and why we're working on that small area plan, is you have a number of areas in here where you don't have development, where you have vacant land. And with the pressure that we're seeing, we're concerned that, again, we're going to get development that's incongruous with this area. So you start to look at the broader area south of Blake Boulevard and what that looks like. Then you go along Monticello here, you can see there's a number of vacant parcels that could, and these are all zone OP, I believe, that could be developed. You also have some redevelopment that might occur within the older part of this area. That's of a potential concern, and why we're working on that form-based code, why we're working on that small area plan. Now you move over to the west side of NC 5, and you have this broader area which is zoned multiple family. You can see you have a number of areas that have not yet been developed. Again, an area of concern. Then you have the area along NC5 where you have some older redevelopment where you're going to, at some point here, probably see some periods of redevelopment occur. And what's going to occur is maybe that development is not going to be consistent with what you want to see for this area. At this point, right now, I think we have in the queue, we have 3 or 4 projects in the queue right now that would be paused by a particular moratorium we're in. Right now, we have a development that we got in, I think, in November for a small strip type center in this on this parcel right here. Now, if we go over here to Trotter Hills has seen a lot of development activity in recent years. We have Riney Insurance. We've got Pinehurst Dental, which I believe is right here. You have Pinehurst Coins that's been developed. So all those are in the queue. All those have been done. They won't be impacted. But what we also have is we have 2 other projects. We have Vieta Dermatology Clinic, that's under review right now for this parcel right here for his clinic right here. So that's it. That's in the queue right now, under review. And then we have the Veterans Guardian parking lot. So they have some parking pressures down here, and we have a review underway right now for a parking lot expansion into this particular area. So this one, the dermatology clinic, and potentially this little highway commercial center on NC5 would, in the short term, be impacted by a moratorium, because what the moratorium would potentially do is pause that until the moratorium is ended, or we potentially could find a way to build an exclusion in there. We'd have to talk to the attorneys about that. So in the Pinehurst South area, we have some projects that are underway, and we'll talk about this when we look at the ordinance. The Pinehurst Cottages development, that preliminary plat, there's some specific statutory exemptions that we'll get into that the moratorium won't stop the Pinehurst Cottages development from moving forward. It can continue to move forward to final platting, so they can continue to move forward with that particular development. I'm going to go up to the other one, Pinehurst Village Place, Rattlesnake Place, and here is that area. You all know what that looks like, but let me maneuver through here and let me add the zoning. So here's the zoning for that particular focus area. Again, you can see that there's a number of different zoning districts in this area, and there's a lot of redevelopment. There's some vacant lands in here that we're concerned with what that potential holds from a development standpoint. And again, we don't think our current ordinances implement the visions that we'd like to see in that area. I'm going to turn this one on right here. So this is the land use map. So you can see the different land. Again, it's a mixture of areas. That's why we kind of have that mixed use zoning that's currently in place in that area. I'm going to turn that off quick. And you all have access to this because this was in the packet. But you can see on this parcel map, you can see where the areas of development are and where the areas of where we're lacking some development, where we're concerned. We think that this is going to go through a period of redevelopment at some point. Again, the reason why we're doing the small area planning effort in this particular area. This hasn't kept up to date. We're pulling from the county layer. That's why you don't see the greens on here.
Yeah, I was just wondering about that.
Yep. Now, if I turn on the aerial, you'd see it on the aerial. Let me see if I can do that real quick. Forgot about that. Where is my?
Is this the GIS system?
Yep. This is what this is what you have access to in that packet. So here I turned on the aerial photo so you can see this is a little touchy. So you can see the greens on there.
Yep, absolutely.
So those are two maps. Is there any questions specifically right now on the maps before I get into the proposed ordinance and all?
No, it's very helpful though. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Get into the ordinance, that'd be helpful.
Justin's done really good with that.
Whoa.
All right, so hold on, give me a minute. I'm gonna pull up the proposed ordinance. I gotta find it. Right here.
I don't know about you guys, but Novus agenda is down for me.
It is?
There are some access problems from Village Hall. It may be affecting
Yeah.
you as well out
So
there.
this
yeah.
is all I got, is what's on the screen.
So
That's okay. I think this is pretty explanatory from what Darren's got here to show us.
You had Jane's thing up, I think.
Yeah, I did. Now I'm trying. Hold on, let me try. I have so many screens open that it's hard for me to find the right one. Is this, yeah,
There you
so
go.
now we should have the draft ordinance, right?
Yeah.
Right on.
Okay. So when we drafted this ordinance, we used as a template, we used the previous moratorium ordinances that the council had previously approved. So this is the draft. So this talks about, what was that, Trudy?
But back in the day when we did this. Yep.
Back in the day. So this is the ordinance adopting a moratorium on real estate development activity in specific geographic areas within the Village of Pinehurst and the ETJ. A portion of Focus Area 2 is in the ETJ. There's some statutory requirements on what must be in a moratorium ordinance. And it really gets at why do you need to have a moratorium ordinance? How long is that going to be? What are the conditions that that you're looking at resolving, and what at the end are you trying to accomplish? So that's all laid out in this particular ordinance. Why we're doing this, the time period. We've got the time period, and what's going to happen at the end of the day. At the end of the day, the idea is that we're proposing a moratorium ordinance to give us time to develop these two small area plans and the form-based codes for those two areas. So all these whereases are just leading up to that.
Hey, Darren, quick question. As you go through this, we have a brand new statute that was just effective January 1st of this year. How different is this moratorium statute than the previous one? And does it affect the ordinance itself if the statute has changed substantially?
It would, and the ordinance that we looked at and used the template, but we guided off the actual statute. So
Okay, that answers my question.
we
Thanks.
should be good. And it didn't change that much. There's some of the exemptions changed, but the ordinance didn't change dramatically.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with the way he's written it. And I compared it to the new statute.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. That I appreciate, Jane.
This one time.
So here we go. So whereas this ordinance shall be known as the Village of Pinehurst Small Area Plans Interim Zoning Moratorium Ordinance. So here, so what we get down to is now therefore be ordained, this ordinance shall be applicable to all property within the boundaries as depicted on those two exhibits, Exhibit A and Exhibit B. Those are two maps that would be attached that simply show the entire focus area as shown in the comprehensive plan. We thought that would be a good starting point, and it would be the most consistent thing and most defensible thing for us. We're taking the focus area that was in the comprehensive plan. Duration, what we're recommending right now is a duration of approximately 9 months. And that 9 months was taken off that schedule that we have with the design collective to prepare the small area plans and go through the review of that plans and that form-based code. So that is why we have those 9 months in there. It can end earlier, you can terminate it earlier, but we thought, this would be the good starting point to start with. Then if we don't accomplish it within 9 months, then we may renew the moratorium or extend its duration with 2 separate consecutive periods of extension of 90 days each. And again, I believe we have to go through a public hearing process to extend those 90 days again. So we're just, again, building that into there. We want to get it done in 9 months. We want to get it done as fast as possible, but we also want to protect ourselves. Give us enough time to develop a plan, go through that public engagement process, get it hopefully on a scale, on a way to adoption, and hopefully we can get that done in 9 months. Hopefully to protect.
Darren, why are all the small areas in their plan?
In this particular ordinance, in our proposal, focus area 2 and focus area 4, because that was what we were,
It listed all 5.
No, that's a background.
Just a background. I think, like he's saying, in the comp plan, there are all these 5. We're going to go focus on 2 of these.
Okay, so it makes your case that you're
Yes.
only focusing on 2. I'm sorry.
It goes broadly, and then we focus it down to these 2 focus areas.
Macro to the specific. Yep.
And the 90 days comes from when the completion date, you think?
Yep, after 9 months from your potential date of adoption.
Can I just play devil's advocate? I'm a property owner. I got a project I want to start 45 days from now. Can you still talk to them?
We can still talk to them if the moratorium is in effect. They would be impacted by the moratorium. And that's why we talked a little bit about some of those Trotter Hill projects that we have in the queue right now. They would potentially be impacted by this moratorium unless we looked at trying to, either carve out Trotter Hills from the moratorium or look at some other potential ways to allow existing developments that are in the queue to move.
I'm not trying to do that. I was just
No.
trying to say, like, is there a way to work with them knowing they'll be impacted, but you're still trying to help them with basic groundwork?
We will.
Yeah, I mean, in other words, they're impacted by the moratorium, but it doesn't mean they're
Frozen.
they're not frozen in time. I mean, they're still, you still have some type of interaction. You probably have a good idea of a direction, probably 60 days in, and I'm just trying to figure out how this relationship works. Because, did anybody go to hear that Kerry speaker on their moratorium?
She said, don't do it, right?
No, they did it wrong.
Okay.
But John, I think John was there.
I was, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just important to have somehow, you have a moratorium, but have a positive relationship.
Sounds to
All
me
you're
like,
wanting is
I
better
think you're right,
development.
Kevin, but it sounds to me like there can be a working relationship between the planning
Yeah,
department.
that's all I'm trying to
And
say. I'm not
however,
trying to,
whatever-
you gotta pass these.
Whatever we end up
budget.
with in a small area plan, let's just say, would then guide the development that maybe have already been under discussion. Is that correct, Aaron?
That's correct, and
Okay.
we will always work with any of those property owners in that area. We
Right.
will always give them our best advice. We will always sit down with them and talk to them about what's going on and try and work with, and we'll always try and work with them. We're always trying to solve their we're not solve their problems. We're always trying to counsel them and guide them and help them along. So we
Aaron,
will-
that's what
I
think
understand
a
that, but
lot-
also the point is, when we adopt a plan, the individual we were talking about that you have been working with, their plans may be affected by whatever we adopt for that area. So to
And-
some degree,
and what-
it's true that if you're working along with an applicant while the moratorium's in place, all that work may not come to fruition. It may have to be changed by the new plans for the area, correct?
Yes, but they would, if they're working with us, we'll be working with them. They will know what's coming down the line. So
Right.
they should be able to adapt their plans to change to the plan, to
Correct.
the
Okay.
changes we may be making. So they'll be prepared. They
Okay.
should be prepared to, when
Let's
that
carry on
moratorium
with it.
goes
Let's
out,
carry
they
on
should
with
be.
it.
You know, one of my
There's-
concerns, and you said we've got several in the queue, and I'm concerned that we've got some that are so far in the queue, and then we put in a moratorium, and all the work that's been done to that point is going to be worthless.
Well,
So I don't know how far along they are in the queue that it's really going to impact what they've done, and then they've lost a lot in time, professional fees, whatever. And
Well-
then we're gonna say, sorry, throw in the trash, you gotta start all over again.
Probably
The
stealing-
statute covers this. The statute gives a list of things, circumstances where somebody's far enough along,
Yeah,
okay?
Got it.
So that's, somebody's already figured that out.
hold on, let me just address that particular situation. And Jane is correct. Lydia, there is an outlet for that. It's called permit choice. And what happens is they get permit.
Correct.
If somebody's got something in the queue right now, and we adopt that moratorium and change ordinances, they have the ability to pick permit choice. They can go back to the pre-ordinance that they submitted under, or they can choose to go with the new ordinance that potentially gets adopted. The problem with permit choice at this point, however, though, for these people who are in the queue right now, they are still paused. So unless we do something like carve out Trotter Hills, they're going to be paused until the moratorium is ended. They'll still get the permit choice either way, but they are paused until such time as the moratorium is ended.
Right. And
Darren,
well, I feel,
go ahead, Jeff.
go ahead, Jeff.
Hang on,
I'm not recommending this, but this is just a conversation starter. Would it be permissible to include language in the moratorium that excludes any development for which we have received an application?
I think
That would be-
that's,
That'd be something I would just check with Mike to make sure that it's okay, but
But, you know, at the end of the day, they're going to get to choose anyway. All you're doing is making them wait, you know?
Yeah, Jeff said that was for discussion. My response is, I don't like it.
We've
I
got
kind of predicted that.
Because I think it's all covered in the last paragraph that Darren's been referring to, the last paragraph
Right,
of this
we've
ordinance.
got to
Has to
take
do
it
with that
through-
choice.
through-
Hey, Darren, have you ever seen a situation where,
What I'm saying, John, is at the end of the day, all you're doing is pausing it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they're going to get to choose
Yeah.
whether to
Right,
proceed under the currently existing ordinance
right.
or the future
Yeah.
ordinance.
Yeah.
And we've
If
got
this
to
is
take
just
this-
all about slowing people down, making it hard, okay, but the end result's going to be the same.
Well, yeah, and this is for applications that have been received. And
Received,
anything that's
right.
not received is going to be under the new ordinance anyway. So, all right, go ahead, Darren.
okay.
Judy has a
well,
question.
I got a question, Darren. And they're paused. I got it. And these people in purgatory. What if they exceeded all standards we even were gonna have in our new standards voluntarily?
We don't know what those are.
I know, but I'm just, you know what I'm trying to say is,
Yeah.
is there, I'm trying to say, you know,
We can't force them to.
you can't force them, but if they wanted, because of speed, you know, we'll go to these new standards that allow us to go now, you know, kind of thing. I know we don't know the new standards, but you have a good grip on where you're going in 45, 50 days, right?
I don't know.
I would hope so, but again, until we're 45 to 50 days in, it's just, I can't.
Yes.
Well, I'm just trying to, you got these people that can go either the old or the new. How do you use a carrot to get them to go to the new? Is what I'm trying to invent. I'm trying to invent a carrot.
Kevin, I'm trying to read between the lines of what you're saying here, but are you suggesting that maybe it might be appropriate to have language that says that you can choose to accept some developments to exclude from this moratorium?
Oh, would that fly?
What I was trying to, I just want to be specific.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, those people that can go with the old or new, I'd like to figure out a way to motivate them to go with the new. And motivate them, meaning they still have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we could suspend some fees and stuff like that, or, if they went with the new. Maybe we use a carrot.
See, okay.
No, and you're right, but you have to use the ordinance to do that, Kevin. And you got to figure out, well, what can they do now? What could we provide them as an incentive to do that? And until, we have to have both in hand for us to.
Well, I'm just trying to plant the seed, my friend.
Oh, yep,
I don't know how to do it.
No,
Does that
right.
make sense, Jeff?
It makes sense. It's-
Yeah, I don't know what those incentives might be, but
I don't know what those incentives would be either, but
Well,
you really want people to adopt the new standards.
Well, they're going to have to. I mean,
Can
Darren, I had a question on 160D 107, subsection C, exceptions. It starts talking about a call to hearing, and I know the county does that. If they're going to have a public hearing, it's on the agenda, for one meeting where it says we're going to have a call to hearing, and then they don't actually have the hearing until a later meeting. But we don't do that. So how does that work for us? How does that apply? Do we know?
Well, the interpretation of that from David Owen's book is that it says the statutes don't define what constitutes a call for public hearing. It is likely the time at which the government board authorizes staff to proceed with advertisement for the hearing or when the formal notice of hearing is otherwise initiated.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Can you just bear with me for just 2 more minutes so I can get through the rest
yeah,
of the
let's get
ordinance?
through it. Let's get
All
through
right.
it.
All right, so section 3 is the moratorium where it's going to apply, and we have the map there. And we build in, there's an exception. Unless development is that conducted by a public utility or public agency, and it can be demonstratively shown to the village council that health, safety, and welfare of the public requires the moratorium be waived with regard to specific proposed development. I don't have a example right now to go on that. I think we built that in from previous language or statutory language. Definition 4. Now this.
Darren, can I interrupt? I think we did have an example. Didn't we talk about the sidewalks in Village Place?
Yeah, we did. We did do it. Yeah, the sidewalks, potentially the sidewalks being installed down Rattlesnake to service between the school and the community center.
Right.
And there being an unsafe current condition for kids walking in the street and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's a potential. Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, Natalie.
You're welcome.
Section 4, definition. Now, the definition that we've included here is straight from the statutes, what the definition of development is. So that unless it's A, the construction, erection, alteration, enlargement, renovation, substantial repair, movement to another site, or demolition of any structure. That's a lot. That's alterations done to commercial structures. That's a pretty broad statement. The excavation, grading, filling, clearing, or alteration of land. Again, unless you're exempted, you're stopped. The subdivision of land as defined. So again, unless you've got the plat in plat coming forward, you're stopped. The initiation or substantial change in the use of land or intensity of the use of the land. So those are what we're defining as development under this ordinance, and we're taking that straight from 160D. So enforcement, that means we can enforce it pursuable to whatever we can enforce 160D 404. And then here's the important consideration. Now the exclusions, what's excluded from this? Most of this is statutory exclusions. They're built into the statute. But we did add one, which we thought was an important consideration, given a couple of the areas in these focus areas. And that's number 1. Existing single-family uses, we're proposing to exempt them. So if you go into area, focus area, was it 2? you have a number of existing single-family residences that have just been built, that why would we apply this to them at this point? Why would we prevent them from putting a deck on? Why would we prevent them from doing, maybe driveway improvements, things like that? It's the same thing down in Jackson Hamlet in Pinehurst South. We might want to give them the ability to do some alterations to their house, things like that, because those are existing single-family areas that might not be changing for the long term. So we thought that was a good exclusion at this time. The rest these are statutory exclusions that required that we have to allow. Any project for which a building permit has been issued. So if we issued a building permit, they haven't started to work on the project yet, they still get to go because we issued them a building permit. Any project for which a special use permit application has been accepted and is complete. There's nothing there that I can think of right now, so it doesn't really apply to anything. Development set forth in a site-specific or phase vesting plan approved pursuant to 160D 108. Where this comes into play is something like the Arboretum site, the green site. You had a phase development plan that the council approved previously. If they wanted to come forward with phase 2 of that plan, even though there's some governors under that ordinance, they could move forward with that. It's the same thing with the Tradition site down there on McCaskill and Magnolia. There's a previously approved plan that governs that site. So if they want to come in and do it to that plan, they can do that. If they want to change it, all bets are off. They have to do to what was the previously approved plan. Development for which substantial expenditures have already been made in good faith, reliance on a prior valid development approval. I'm not sure if there's anything out there that I can think of where there's an example of that. And then
Darren, on that subject, the two pending projects in Trotter Hills, it seems to me that they could make the case that they would fall into that category because Trotter Hills is an approved subdivision.
Right.
Prior valid development approval.
But I don't know that it's all that clear.
Well, we haven't issued a development approval down in Trotter Hill. So for those ones that are currently under consideration, we've not approved any of those developments. They're still under review. So there's been no approval granted.
No, I'm talking about number 5. They could make the case that they have expended substantial resources in good faith based on a prior development approval. Subdivision is development.
Trotter Hills, you're talking
Trotter
about.
Hills is an
Trotter
approved
Hills is a-
subdivision.
Yeah.
That's a good
Well-
point. Prior valid development approval.
Yeah.
Is Trotter Hills one of those?
Sure, the subdivision has occurred, but going above grade on the subdivision hasn't
Yeah.
occurred yet. So
Right.
the
Yeah.
moratorium-
I don't know what the right answer is, but I think that those folks might be in a position to challenge
But
us on
once
this.
That's
once we
okay.
pass
Yeah.
the moratorium, no expenditures would be in good faith after that.
But substantial expenditures have already been made in good faith reliance.
Mhm.
So
Right,
any
but
of
so
these
we've
people-
got these couple of ones that Darren's pointed out,
Exactly, and if they have
But-
already made substantial expenditures.
already made, but then on the other empty lots,
Right.
Yeah, I'm not talking,
Yeah, we're talking about those two potential
okay, well.
improvements. Yeah.
Either they can or they
Developments.
can't, but if we do nothing, then they're gonna do, so.
Mhm.
how do we define substantial?
If these projects in Trotter Hills, say, wish to challenge the moratorium or raise a point, they
Which
can
I'll
certainly
go.
do so, and they may be proven correct, but we can leave this as
Okay.
it is, but that, Yeah, 'cause this is
Again,
all
I don't
statute
know what the
stuff.
answer is.
Well, we're
Yeah.
gonna try and follow the statute, and it's
Lawyers
gonna
can fight
have
over
some
that one.
squishy areas, some gray areas, but we're gonna do our best.
I mean, we can make that, we can see if there's any case law on that and see if there's anything out there. We'll reach out on that. I think we all understand what's going on down in Trotter Hills, that we do have some projects that are under review down there. We also have a project, other projects that, that might apply to too. So let us review that.
Yeah, well, Darren will just do the right thing. If things come up, you'll
Right.
read this and do the right thing.
right.
It's pretty, what's the big deal, right?
I
We're
mean,
gonna try, we're gonna do the right thing, but remember, we're passing an ordinance here, which is going to hamstring us to some regard in that regard. So we want to make,
right, but I'm just saying, if someone does qualify, you're going to do the right
Yes.
thing.
Correct.
that's correct.
That's
We
correct.
will,
Let
we
me
will do
ask
that.
you, you asked for time to finish, though. I don't want to interrupt you.
All right,
Are you done?
I swear to God, I'm almost done, Kevin.
Okay.
Number 6, preliminary or final subdivision plats that have been accepted for review prior to the call for hearing to adopt the moratorium. Any preliminary subdivision plat accepted for review by the local government prior to the call for hearing, if subsequently approved, shall be allowed to proceed to final plat approval without being subject to the moratorium. And then at the end here, we talk about notwithstanding the foregoing, if a complete, and this is key, if a complete application for development approval has been submitted prior to the effective date of this moratorium, the permit choice provisions of 160D, 108B shall be applicable when permit processing resumes. Again, if we pass this, they get permit choice, but if we don't potentially exempt it or change the boundaries, they are paused during that
Okay.
time.
So we have to have a public hearing on this. Is that right, Darren?
Yeah.
What was that?
We
Yeah,
have
we-
to have a public hearing
That's correct.
all right.
Let me,
Would
you'll
we
know
be
this
allowed,
more
just a second,
than I would.
Kevin, would we be allowed to have that hearing in 2 weeks?
No, we
Got to notice it twice.
Got a notice,
Yeah,
got a 2-week notice.
Two
we have
10-day
to send-
notices.
Yep,
How-
we have to
yeah.
put 2 notices in the paper.
How long is it, Beth?
Well, I guess the question is, now that you've explained everything, and I've read through this before, I didn't see anything in here to change. Now, we have an issue that's been raised earlier today about Highway 211, but that's separate from this. But it seems to me, unless the council or the staff have changes to this document, we could move to execute this at our next meeting.
But I have one word that I'm questioning, and it's the last whereas on page 2.
Mhm.
You know, I'm accustomed to health, safety, and welfare. I'm not accustomed to health, safety, morals, and welfare. Do we need the word morals in there?
I saw that and let it go, Lydia.
Is the further
I
purpose
think, I think it's from the book, right? I think it's from the book.
Why don't you let Mike take one more look at this before we approve it?
Well, another page, I think the next page we talk about health, safety, and welfare, and health, safety, and welfare are buzzwords.
Right.
So I was confused about the word morals being thrown in there. Like, when do we?
I don't know if that's
letting-
Morale is probably what we were shooting for.
No,
That might
it's morals.
If it's coming out of a statute or a regulation somewhere,
Right.
What's
then that's fine.
Morales?
Yeah, somebody just take a look at it. It kind of stood out at.
Morales?
Lydia?
I'm sorry, what?
Where is that?
It's
I don't
the
know.
last whereas on page 2. Right before now, therefore, let it be ordained.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's on the far left margin.
That to me looks like police power language. But we'll take a look at it. That's
Morals,
Yeah.
yeah.
It looks
I'll be
like what kind of language?
police power language. It's the
Yeah.
ability
Yeah.
for us to regulate and do things like zoning and.
Okay,
But we don't put, later we say health, safety, and welfare. So I just was wondering, I've never seen that in there before. Should it be consistent one place to the other?
Good point.
And Darren, here's what I wanted to ask you, and, I'm trying to figure out how to motivate people that in that purgatory to choose to do the new standards. Isn't it possible the new standards would allow them maybe to build closer to the road, or that it's possible the new standards will be better for them?
Correct.
This assumption that the new standards will be worse is something that I don't know if is a fair assumption,
We're
That-
not
That's true,
assuming
depending
that.
on what they want to do, yeah.
So I guess we got to keep a positive communication with businesses, because that's what I learned from the Cary project, is they didn't. This is just about us building a better mousetrap, and you're our partners. It's not, and you might be able to, I think what I remember what happens in
some of the newer development, you get to build closer to the road and stuff. Is that true?
That is
I mean,
correct.
stuff like that, because you're parking in the back. But all I'm trying to say is that it doesn't mean that they might be able to do stuff they won't be able to do, you know?
That's
It's
correct.
possible.
That's correct. And whatever
Let's
happens
try
to
to.
that. Darren,
make
what
sure
would be
we
the
don't
process
weigh it in our
going?
head, and it's about penalization, you know? Let's try not to project that.
I don't have a negative, I don't think it should be interpreted a negative way. That's a good point, Kevin. Now, Darren, so was there, I think the council wanted to know that Mike Newman had looked at this and approved it, right? So when could this be brought back to council for approval then? It could be our next meeting or not?
This
I think
two-day-
we-
two notice
Beth, will you speak to that point? Excuse us, Beth Dunn's going to speak.
Darren, does the new general statute under 160D change it from the notice requirement, or is it still 10 days?
It's 10 to 25, and Darren and I looked at the calendar, and we think you can have a hearing on your first meeting in February. That's when you would have, that you could
Because
meet
of
the
two 10-day
statutory
periods, is
requirement.
that why, is that the way that works?
Well, yes, we have a
And
requirement.
published twice.
We're published twice, and we can only publish, you know, we have a bi-weekly paper, so we can only do it, we only have 2 opportunities for that. And we have to have a certain amount of time to get it to the paper, so.
Right,
I think
right, okay.
Digital does not count? I thought it did now.
So let's have the staff move in the direction of not only bringing to us at our next meeting what I would consider to be a document for approval, right? A document for approval, and then you need to be aware of the timing then to put notices out for the hearings to be held, which would be February meetings, as Natalie's just said. Is that correct, Natalie?
Yeah,
Okay.
so typically, you know, well, I'll say typically, you can adopt this ordinance directly after that public hearing.
Yeah.
If that's your preference.
Right.
So we will, do you want us to bring those back to you at the next meeting in January?
Yes.
Yes, I think we would want to see this final document.
Okay. So if we make any tweaks if we make any
Correct.
changes based on our conversations and
Correct. Anything
follow-up
that Mike
discussions,
might
we'll
have to
bring
say.
it
or
back
what
to you.
It looks to me like you have to
Perfect.
follow the books, and we really have here in setting this up, as Darren was explaining. A lot of it is just exactly what you have to say and do.
Yeah.
And the only thing we've added are a few points that are germane to the Village of Pinehurst. So it seems to me if we can bring this back for us to see, we can't approve it before the public hearing, Jeff, right? That doesn't sound right. So then the public hearing at the earliest, however, could be the first meeting of January.
We have to
I
work.
wish we could
on it.
have the public hearing in
So
next time, but we can't really do that. Judy, what'd you have there?
Well, I'm concerned about these projects that are out there. And I don't know if we need to look at how we qualify them to proceed or not. I think that some of them might be very desirable. We can't pick and choose, I'm sure. So
Right.
you have to have some objective means to.
The
say
document.
go
Well,
forward.
you're talking about the projects under, that are.
Trotter Hills.
under-
Yeah, the dermatology, the whatever else you were.
But the
Well, I
document
think-
dictates that.
I think the
In what
document
way, Kevin?
the document allows them to approach us.
Well, when we approve that document, will dictate who is and who isn't.
No, wait a minute. I don't think we can be discriminatory on who's going to apply.
No.
Well,
No,
I'm
I
not
think Kevin
saying
means that anybody who has an application in at that point, whenever we approve it, those are the ones we'd need to be concerned
Yeah.
with.
So, I
So
mean,
we'll know that, we have
it'll
to
just
approve
take
the
care of
document first,
itself.
and that sets who's going to be needed to be listened to.
I think we need to have a little bit more empathy here.
Mhm.
These people are, in the process of working on these plans. Don't we have an obligation to let them know?
Yeah, I agree with that.
That-
That's why I talked about a communication plan, Judy. We
Yeah.
should have a communication plans too.
But why can't we, and so whatever the criteria is
Mhm.
about who's in or who's out on whatever date this is approved, let's just say February 9th. I think that for somebody to suddenly find out they can't do anything for 9 months,
If we've been working on this for a while and didn't give them a
Yeah,
heads up, we
particularly
would have been
in
able
a
to do
business
something.
situation like this, I mean, you might, people, they have business plans and resources that are aligned beyond the potential construction of a facility that's impacted by this. They may have investors that walk away. I mean, it's a,
And they may walk away from us.
Yeah.
I mean, they could go to Southern Pines where they can go build right now.
yeah.
I mean, and it might be my dermatologist, we have to figure out, I think we have to have something pretty objective that we can lean on that says, this is what's going to happen to you. And I don't know if you can say if there's a percentage of the way through the process that they are, that they can continue to go forward. I get how traditions and the other phase of the Greens stays as long as they build exactly what was there. But I think it'll come off as, pretty disingenuous of us.
No, not, if you need to be genuine. You need to have a communication plan. Well, it's very possible that there might be more attractive ways to build in this new one. That's what I was trying to say. I think I absolutely agree with you.
Right, but
Kerry
Kevin,
did not have a communication plan.
it might be more attractive, but now they have to go back to square one.
Yeah.
Throw away all the design
Well,
work
then
they've
let's don't do
already
it.
done.
Then let's don't do it.
Start over again. I'm just,
Well,
like Judy, I think that we need to be fair to the folks that are out there
yes.
that have submitted applications.
All right, so we have a moratorium that goes into place. Any project that's then under a plan or we would have the opportunity to work with them and maybe give what would we do? Do we have to list these projects Darren, do we have to list these projects that are under construction or under discussion rather, not the other?
No, we know what they
Or
are.
would we deal with them one-off as if they came to us and said, or we go to them to be more proactive and say, here's what we're doing at the moratorium. Here's, what are you doing? What is the status of this project? Would you want to wait to see what the new designs are? Or do you want to have us consider to allow you to proceed as you are?
I mean,
I was going to say, if I can for just 1 second, I think Jeff Sanborn hit it earlier. I think it's just a matter of adding one more exclusion to section 6 that says any development, application received or in review at the time the moratorium is adopted would be excluded.
Okay.
Are these
Yeah, I think
projects
it's as simple as that.
are these projects in review?
Yes,
Go ahead, Darren.
we have 3 in review.
What I might add is we could do, maybe consider that was in the queue as of January 1st, 2021. And that would address all the particular ones that we.
Good point, that we're here already.
Flood, he's trying not to get a flood of.
Yeah.
No,
right.
absolutely. I agree with that.
I agree with that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, because if they haven't shown up by today, we don't know about it.
Right.
So,
But
I think that answers the question, Darren. I think that would be a good
I
add-on.
still say, to Judy's point, even the people that are talking about development, you guys, there should be a communication plan. It should be, hey, we got a moratorium, we'll talk to you later. I mean, I hope we come up with a communication plan, because if I remember from the Cary experiment, they did think they did.
Let's do this. We're going to bring the document back to council at our next meeting. If it's fair, Jeff, at that same time, you could discuss with us what kind of a communication plan or how we would start to work with some of these individuals who, as of January 1 this year, have something to talk about, have provided a plan or working with the staff.
Good
You can come up
suggestion.
with a plan on that, I'm sure. And then we'll consider, we'll consider that idea. Where would that go in section section 6, number 7,
Section
something like
6,
that.
number 7.
You
yeah.
come back with it, and we'll deal with it there. But I'd like to be able to approve this document on, at our next meeting, if the council agrees, but it should be in shape to do that if we can.
Approve a draft.
Approve
Could
the
I talk
draft,
about
yes.
211 for a
To
minute,
present to
please?
a public hearing at the next
We
meeting.
intend to go forward with it.
Correct,
Right.
correct, yeah. And Beth will work the
Can I
calendar.
talk about 211?
Yes, I think we need to talk about that as
do
a
need to
separate
talk
item. Let's
about
do it
that.
right now.
Now, as I said in my emails that I sent out to the council over the last couple of days, focus areas 2 and 4, we're proposing to do a moratorium for. And focus area 3, which is the hospital, is going to have its own, it's evolving its own plan, and it's going to come down through the pike. It's going to, focus area 1, which is our southwest ETJ, is zoned R210. So it's not going to be subject to anybody who wanted to do something else would have to come in and ask for a conditional rezone. But poor old 211, that little commercial strip, is hanging out there. It doesn't have any design standards, and it's got, the OP zone is not as intense a zone as the NC, but it's got quite a lineup of uses. And it's 67 acres. It's a pretty big area. So, and it's right up against Pine Wild. And the houses in Pine Wild sit up on a ridge above it. It's sort of like Walker Station. And so whatever happens in there, there's not going to be a shield for the houses in Pine Wild. And protecting that strip, protecting the development there, and making sure that it turns out to be something that is attractive for people who are driving along 211, because that's the western gateway to Pinehurst, but also is something that the people of Pine Wild can live with, is a discussion that's been had and a concern that the people of Pine Wild have had for many years. And we need to address it. Jeff, I understand there was a meeting, was it in 2019, I'm sorry, with the person who owns much of that area. I think we need to have some kind of protection in place. Now, if you look at what the comp plan, we don't have a small area plan for this, but the comp plan does say on page 101 that it could be developed either with office uses or as it's currently zoned. And then on page 103, it refers to Turnberry Woods, or maybe some medical offices. But all those things require some PDO changes. They're not as radical as the changes that we would need for focus areas 2 or 4, but we do have to put some new standards in place. And then in addition, the little section on this focus area on 211 refers the reader to another section in the comprehensive plan, which is on page 116, which has to do with highway corridor overlay districts. And that says, talks for a while about the Tri-Cities work group, which is trying to work out highway corridor standards for the roads that are on the boundaries between Pinehurst and Southern Pines and Aberdeen. But then it also says NC Highway 211 and US Highway 15501 north of the traffic circle, those corridor standards would be, they fall outside the Tri-Cities purview, and the standards would be implemented by an amendment to the Pinehurst Development Ordinance with the creation of a highway corridor overlay districts that the council plans to consider in 2020. Moore County should also consider adopting similar corridor standards for areas on these corridors that fall within their planning jurisdiction. Well, all of those kinds of things, the corridor standards, the Turnberry Woods standards, and deciding whether it's going to be office uses or other uses that are permitted within the office and professional zone have to be figured out and sorted out too. And my concern is that if we just keep kicking that down the road and don't deal with it, and I personally have been working on it since 2016, then what's going to happen if we put a moratorium on the commercial zoning districts in focus areas 2 and 4? Somebody who wants to build an office or, self-storage or whatever it is going to say, well, where else in Pinehurst is there a commercial zone where I can build this? And they're going to look at this 211 strip, and that's going to be exposed and unprotected. Mm-hmm. So I think it would be possible to write up something similar to what has been so nicely written for Focus Area 2 and Focus Area 4, referring back to the language that's in the comp plan where there's obviously some work to be done and a direction to be taken, the Turnberry Woods and so forth, the highway corridor overlay standards, and say, we want to put a moratorium on this for similar reasons that we're doing it on the other 2 districts. But instead of saying small area plans, we say we're going to, do the text amendments, and we can do it for the same duration. And if we get done sooner, we can lift it. No reason to keep it there if we get done sooner. And I just think it is extremely important, and it's important to the people of Pine Wild. It's important because it's the western gateway to Pinehurst, that we don't allow this focus area to hang out in the breeze. Mm-hmm. And if we wait until after the small area plans for the other 2 focus areas are done, 211 could be no more. It could already be developed with something that nobody really wants to see there, but because we would have to allow them to do what's in the current PDO, and we know the current PDO isn't going to be totally revised for another couple of years also. So we need to do something. And so I'm proposing that we do a moratorium on the 211 focus area as well for the same time period, and we take the language out of the comp plan as our reason why.
And do the
Okay,
text
Jane.
amendment.
Lydia, do you want to speak to that point? Go ahead.
I
On 211.
support what she's saying, and I mean, this has been important for a long, long time, and it just keeps, nothing happens. And if we can do it with text amendments, James knows that better than I do, but I don't know why we don't put the moratorium on until, do text amendments work to implement the changes that are being proposed? Like I said, it seemed like minor changes. It's lighting, scale, landscaping.
That's right.
Well, it seemed to me where we left off on this before, including this afternoon, was that maybe we could handle these changes for 211 by doing some text amendments, which wouldn't evidently take very much time without needing to go to a moratorium there. Isn't that true? Isn't that an option here? Did you all hear me on that? That we don't need to do a moratorium. We could do it by text amendments, and that could be done rather quickly for the uses. Jane, isn't that a concept?
Could it be done?
Could it be, Jane? Go ahead, Jane. Just second.
I'm just concerned that it won't get done, what with one thing and another. And so putting the moratorium on is a protection. The moratorium can, if we can get the text amendments done quickly, fine. Then we lift the moratorium. There's no reason to
I don't,
keep the moratorium on there once the text amendments are done.
Okay.
But I think
Jeff?
if we don't
I don't-
put a moratorium on,
I don't know what the
that
right
people
answer
who-
is on this. Jane made an observation today that I think is
Jeff,
important.
can you speak into the microphone?
yeah, it's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry,
Pull up, yeah.
must be my mask. Jane made an observation today that was important today. And that is that because this 211 focus area is in the ETJ, it must have a zoning that exists in Pinehurst proper.
Yeah.
That's right.
We're not going to
So-
know the answer to that question for a very long time.
Well.
How do you mean that?
Because
So-
it's dependent on all of this other PDO update and rezoning that needs to be done to come into compliance with the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
And
So we
there-
can't
so
do a
there's
text.
another spin on this as well, and this just occurred to me as I was listening to the conversation. There was the suggestion from the community that what was appropriate on 211 was this Turnberry Woods type
Right,
of a development, right?
right.
And yeah, it does make complete sense. The problem with that is, going back to that observation, that you have to rely on a zoning that's in the village proper. Surely, I don't think we want to say that all office professional in the village must look like Turnberry Woods, because it's not appropriate everywhere, or necessary, or. I don't, so,
So it's
this is a complicated
well, then,
situation.
then is the body of our collective feeling that maybe we should do a moratorium on this stretch of
So
land,
we
the
can
67
sort it out.
acres. And that's a little, maybe that's the simplest
Moratorium.
thing to do, but it's also maybe the most effective. If it's going to take more time than we feel it should, to do a sort of text amendment approach to that.
I don't
Maybe that's
think
where we
you
are.
can just throw moratoriums around left and right. I think that the isolation of, how Darren designed and Natalie designed this moratorium, we have 5 areas. There's 2 that specifically we're doing a small area plan for. That makes sense for the moratorium. Why don't we do, I was all for doing a small area plan for 211 in the medical district. Why don't we do that? And
No, I think that might take too long.
I think we're,
I mean, God forbid, but can we create a new zone? Can we rezone that property?
a small area plan would do it, right?
well, you can do it in
Well,
other
but how
ways.
much, I mean, that property, just like the cottages, it could be gone by the time we put that in a small area plan and do the public input and.
Right.
If there's that
Right.
much
Here's what
pressure.
I'm kind of thinking right now, is I'm thinking out loud here again, but I think given the observations we just made, that the best solution might be for us to prioritize very quickly a highway corridor standards solution for Highway 211. And that's not going to solve all the problems or perceived problems or challenges with that area, but it offers the quickest solution.
But
Well,
Jeff,
that's
how,
one solution. Let me suggest something else, though. If we take the OP zone as a whole, and we go through the list of permitted uses, and we prune it, and we take out some of the ones that we think really are not all that great in the OP zone, or we make them, special permit uses.
Well, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one, step one. Step 2 is we put in a special permit requirement for scale for any building over a certain size. Now, we already have one of those in our PDO for retail stores over 12,000 square feet in size. You have to get a special permit, and they look at the, all the special permit standards and say, because they really, I guess they don't want big box stores. But we could do that for all commercial buildings over 10,000 square feet. And so if you've got a commercial area that's out on Route 5, and it makes sense to have a great big building that's more than 10,000 square feet, great. Because it's not right next up to a residential zone. But if you've got a commercial zone that does abut a residential neighborhood, then you would want to break those buildings up and have them smaller and lower.
I think that.
And then the second, and that can be done without changing the zone, all right? And then a third thing you can do is you can say, between uses of differing intensities, we're going to have stronger landscape screening requirements. Not just some lollipop trees in a buffer, but we're going to have an opaque screen required. Town of Cornelius did that. They adopted their new screening requirements in December of 2016. It was right when I was writing my little report on behalf of Pine Wells PPOA. So those were already drafted out there. We could adopt them for a while and then maybe change them up later if we get some kind of a new comprehensive PDO update that's something better. But there it is. And then some more lighting requirements to say you don't have a bunch of uplighting,
We already have that requirement.
Well, we could do a little better with it, I think. We could look at it and we could tighten it up a little.
I think all those things that you just.
Those steps do not require a change of zone, but they trim the uses in the zone and they provide some protection. The problem with the corridor standards, and the corridor standards are important too, but those make the development look nice for a car driving on the road. But if you're in a house that backs up to the commercial area, those standards don't help you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I do think there are things that we could do relatively quickly without actually changing the zone.
I think that everything that you just categorized could be addressed with a highway corridor overlay, except for the buffering.
Yeah.
And the lighting. The lighting and trimming some of the bad
The lighting
zoning.
could also be in a highway corridor overlay.
Definitely.
Lighting's pretty good.
But I really do think that our lighting standards are pretty darn good right now.
They're really good.
Well, we could do a
Dark sky.
combination of things that don't require rezoning.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I think that it's, rather than trying to solve this problem by fixing that and that and that and that and that, to me, it's more efficient to focus on a highway corridor overlay standard and potentially a plus up to our buffering requirements.
Doesn't get to the uses, Jeff. I want to address.
You can
the
do uses in a corridor standard.
Oh, you can? Okay. Well, that would address
Went through
the,
this conversation with the county, didn't we?
Okay.
So Jeff, it would apply to, so it would be a Village of Pinehurst overlay
right.
that would apply to what besides 211?
Well, we can only apply it to what's in our
Things that-
jurisdiction.
Yeah.
But we can work with
yeah,
more
just-
county, more
501,
counties
man.
got their existing
What
standards too,
about
so.
scale, Jeff? Building scale.
Sorry?
Building
Building
scale. Building scale.
I think it could be part of an overlay as well.
Okay.
I feel like we should not fold this into the moratorium. Because
Please keep this moratorium clean.
yeah, I mean, I think that we're freelancing with some new design standards, and that's terrific. But one concern I have about plopping it into the moratorium is that work wouldn't be done for the highway overlay thing that Jeff's talking about. And then at the end of 9 months, you don't have anything for 211. You still are going to have.
And who's doing the work?
And then this is a great example of how we are adding on another work stream.
Yeah.
That,
Well,
I don't
Judy, are you
understand how we
favoring the
keep doing
idea,
it.
So do you
Judy,
think
just a
it's
second.
better, Judy, that?
Judy, are you
let me
favoring
just
the
ask
idea of
question.
doing a moratorium? Is that, did I hear
No.
that? Is that your idea? To be, that'd be the quickest, most efficient way, which would then allow some other work to be done as we have
I'm
time.
against a moratorium.
And I'm against it too.
But can we get the other done quickly? I mean, if we would not need the moratorium if we could get the other things that Jeff's talking done
What do
in
you,
the same
what
amount
do
of
you
time.
not want to do that, all the stuff we got to do, Lydia, to do that?
Now, but I mean, this has really been hanging out there since 2016.
Yeah.
It's been going on a long time, and we need to address
It's not
211.
right. It's not right.
So is the village
Leave it.
court. Come on, and a lot longer.
Yeah, let's figure out, what don't we want to do this?
Well, my approach was, or my hope is that there's some relatively simple, timely way to deal with this 211 issue which is not as broad an issue, except as we're talking about tonight, it's certainly one we need to deal with.
So my
So-
suggestion is that it's 9:41,
Yeah,
and our
we're
creativity.
adding something to,
And I think let's figure out, let staff figure out what is an alternative to adding 211 to the moratorium, and we'll discuss it between now and our next meeting, and hopefully see what it takes.
Well, I'd like to come in and talk to Darren and Jeff and Natalie or whoever's going to work on this, because I worked this all up in 2016. I've got the information, and
Jane, that's just one of many things that was worked up in 2016 that haven't been implemented.
No, I want to speak up on her behalf. That committee, I mean, they travel the state trying to find the right solution there. And I'm just afraid that 211, we're just sitting ducks out here.
not really, we sued Taylortown to stop that development from happening.
We didn't sue 'em.
We've been treating, protecting Pine Wild.
I don't think, I would believe this strip that backs up to all those homes along there, it has way more impact than one piece of property across from one of our gates. Wouldn't you agree, Jane?
yes, absolutely.
Well, I'm
Well,
just saying, it's not like we're sitting on our hands, not protecting Pine Wild.
Well, let's see what, Jane, you said you'd want to work with the staff a little bit
Yeah.
on this. You have some ideas that are somewhat
I do
they
have
are
some
organized
ideas.
already. We might as well take advantage of that and bring that to our meeting in 2 weeks. And we can see whether that makes sense on what to proceed. And maybe some other ideas come out, as Jeff's saying, that
Yeah.
about a pretty direct but simple way to deal with this.
Now, what kind of
There
development?
there are already, I mean, I'm picking my brain here from the past conversations, but my recollection is there are some pretty substantial impediments to development there already with regard to the power line right-of-way and approved crossings of that
I just
right-of-way that
don't
have been
see it
written
having
into.
pressure.
Yeah, I mean, are you getting pressure, Darren and Natalie? Is that
No,
it?
I
And
talked to
then,
Alex
and
on
then, then it's also all these tiny little parcels that have to be assembled, and they aren't all owned by the same.
Yeah, but you know that there's one person who has control over it all.
Mm-hmm, mostly.
And he is proven to be pretty easy to work with.
Yeah.
Good. That
The
will come out in
pressure's on the
process.
medical district, and the hospital doesn't own any of all that land. That could go total haywire.
Yeah.
That's where the pressure is, but you could add 211 to a small area plan to that person you hire for the medical district. And what a great time to hire somebody when Mickey's redoing a plan for the hospital. And we could just, for very little money, add on 211. So I'm not sympathetic, but I just can't figure out how much work we could load on these people until they get buried and we never see them again.
Who's that?
Well, we're only
Here's some
proposing to
mistake.
hire half a
Let-
person.
Let's see what evolves from this at our work
Yeah.
session, the
But
next
let's
meeting.
do another
In the meantime,
small
we've got
area
some good ideas here
medical
to
district
to
in
work this out.
211. I'm
Seems to
in.
me, seems to me 211 is I wouldn't say it's simple, but it's a simpler process than the two area plans we have planned now.
Famous last
And it
words.
has been hanging out there for a very long time. I think we need to
But so is all
find
of our
a
community,
simple
John.
solution. Sorry,
And
Judy?
so is all of our community. All of our communities.
Sure.
hanging out.
Yeah,
But this is a start.
yeah, you talk about hanging out there, but pedestrian walkways and everything's
We're making
hanging.
progress on that one.
Well, we're dealing
Yeah.
with different magnitude. All
But I
right.
mean, I think we're underestimating the pressures on the medical district. And, I really,
Well,
That's where the pressure is.
We're already dealing with that, and they've got the cancer center underway, and we're working with them on that.
Comp plan together, right?
Yeah, for their
I remember
property.
that.
for their property.
All right.
Not all of it's their property.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
we have a way forward on item number 5. Is there any other work session business that council members would
medical
like to bring ahead?
I'd like to spend an hour talking about the medical district, if we spend an hour talking about 211.
Maybe we can get it on the agenda for a later meeting. All right. Are there any other issues? Jeff, anything you wanted to add to the work session?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll adjourn the work session. See you soon.
Thank you.